Hello, everybody. I think we can start. Um, welcome to Chile first. Welcome to Villarricca. Welcome to our campus. I think that we're going to be very brief. I'm just going to give you a few words, tell you just a few words to start, and then Luca will give some short instructions about the conference. This is, for you probably all know, this is the Villarricca campus of the Catholic University of Chile. We are one of the oldest universities in the country here. We were founded in, I hope it works this, it doesn't. There you go. We were founded in 1888. This is the only campus that is outside of Santiago. The original was expanded with 4 other campuses. We have about more than almost 30,000 students. We have education here. This is not working very well, but there we go. So the Villarricca campus is the one on the right. There are 4 campuses in Santiago. According to all the rankings, we are the #1 university of the continent, but look at the professors they hire. So I don't think that's true. Okay, no, this is not working. I don't know if I have to. There you go. This is not really important. Okay, and we have a number of stations, also research stations along the country, from the Atacama Desert to Patagonia, where we are doing our research. The most important thing is the Gravel Bed Rivers Conference now, and we inherit a history, right? This is a visionary conference that had the purpose of having discussions and conversations and have the space and time to do that. That's why we brought you here. Today you won't be able to look at everything because it's a little bit cloudy, but we have the volcano right in front of us, which is actually erupting, and we're and we're gonna take you there. Our whole idea is to endanger researchers here, and the lake, right? And there are a number of phenomena here that are super important. We have a lot of rivers. We have lahars that I hope you guys can see their consequences, and a very complex ecosystem and environment, and a lot of sediment. And a lot of interactions between the communities and the rivers. So I think this was the perfect setting to have this discussion and to have the time to, enjoy presentations. And we tried to, for the first time, we tried to incorporate new topics, right? This conference started mostly focusing on morphodynamics and sediments, but slowly over the years has been expanding to incorporate, because rivers are an integral part of the environment and communities. So we're also trying to do this. I don't know, Luca, if you want to explain now some of the details of the day and of the day that we're going to have. We had the pre-conference tour yesterday. And there were debris flows in the upper part of the Maipo River, so we had to modify somewhat the trip. But it was very interesting also, and we were able to show you the Maipo River is in just one watershed. 40% of Chileans live, so it was a very interesting trip.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but
sure.
I was just called this morning that there was an event in the place where I showed you the station.
Really? Yeah, no, and yeah, Alejandro was able to show us all the monitoring that he's doing and the low-cost equipment and it's very complex. For many years, we have had these events in which the water turns in summer, which is weird for a Mediterranean environment like that. We have turbidity events in which the water supply power plants cannot, deal with the sediment. So I remember in 2017 there were more than 1 million people without water for a week or something. So it was super interesting, and we have some other surprises and hazards for you. Um, go ahead, Luca.
Very brief, some logistical things. So we have 3 days with sessions today, tomorrow, and then Friday. On Thursday, we have a residential field trip in the morning, and then in the afternoon, we are going to have a panel discussion with local stakeholders. The lunches will be served down there, and the coffee breaks at the end of each session will be in the room where you did the registration. If you need anything, just ask Christian, myself, Hernan, who's there as well, and then Ricardo, who was helping in the registration, was not here, of course, and then Manuel, who was helping at the registration desk as well. If you need access to internet, you can use eduroam. If you use usually eduroam, it will work here as well. If you don't use eduroam, you can use another Wi-Fi, which is called UC Eventos. And in that case, the password is UC.13139. If you need it later, I can tell you again. So Manuel is there. If you need something, Manuel will be able to help you as well. So each session is an hour and 15 minutes longer. We have a moderator for each session. We'll ask the moderators to be as strict as possible to keep each keynote to 25, 28 minutes as a maximum. At the end of the 2 talks, we'll have 25 minutes for discussion. And then there will be, of course, chances of discussing in front of the posters and at the coffee breaks. If you need to leave your stuff somewhere, we have access to room 11. You can leave your suitcase and your belongings there. I think that's the most important thing I wanted to say.
One more thing, Luca, the president of the university is here right now, and he's going to stop by after lunch to, say hi. And that's going to be cool because that means that, the topics that we are discussing are important for the country and important for the institution too.
So
a
proper welcoming, yeah. Okay, that's good. So I think it's 9, so we can start on time. We have around 20 people who will be online, so we'll record the presentations. Everything is transmitted through YouTube. They'll be able to interact and ask questions. Someone will be reading the questions there.
Luca, for the poster sessions, will all the presenters be at the poster sessions both nights, or is there any sort of division between the 2 poster sessions?
I think we plan for all the presenters to be there if possible. There will be coffee available, and the second day there will be a cocktail as well. So probably there will be more people there on the second day. Yeah. Any other question before we start? Otherwise, yeah, I will ask Margot Chapuis to come here just to, and to invite the 2 speakers for the first session. First session is gravel rivers at the scale of grains.
Muchas gracias. Welcome to everybody. I'm very pleased to introduce this first session that will deal with grain scale. And we will start with Alain Reking, which I welcome to come here. Alain? Yeah? No, he's over there, like, putting his micro on. And Alain will tell us about contribution of grain sorting to the dynamics of bedload active layer. And then we will welcome Eloine Jager to talk about automated measurement of bed structure, the role of sediment sorting on particle mobility.
Does it work? You can hear me? Okay. Because I lost my voice this weekend, so I need to be very careful if I want to finish my presentation. Okay. Who starts the presentation? Do you? Okay. Thank you. Qu'est-ce que je fais, moi, Maxime? Okay. Can you go back to the first one, please? Ah, ok, d'accord. Ah, ok. Well, so first, I'm very pleased to be here with you to this conference, GBR9 conference. I am Alain Ricking from INRAE in France. The name of my presentation is the contribution of grain sorting to the dynamics of the bed load active layer. So you can find all the detail of this research in this conference paper I wrote with Daniel Vasquez and Guillaume Piton. Okay. Everyone who measured bed load in the field could observe that it's not a monotone and constant signal, but it's a highly fluctuating signal. Even for steady, nearly steady conditions, you can have a large fluctuation of bed load. You have here some examples, but you can find many others in the literature. So many reasons can explain bed load fluctuations, but one explanation was given by Gary Parker in his AACE manual in the definition of the active layer concept. So Gary Parker explains fluctuation associated with the bed level fluctuations, and these fluctuations occurs at different time scales. And I will just read this sentence. At the finer scales, even in the absence of clearly defined bed forms, bed elevation fluctuations are observed at the scale of the surface size D90 of the bed material. That is, close clusters form and break up. The removal of coarse grain creates a hole in which finer grains are captured. Coarse grains are buried by local score of the finer grains around them, etc. Fluctuation in bed elevation are typically linked to the fluctuation in the rate of sediment transport. So I think it's a good definition of what we call the active layer and what can explain bed load fluctuations. So what Gary Parker mentioned in this definition is also grain sorting, the interaction between different sizes. And you have a surface process which can create a bed patchiness, or a vertical process creating a bed armor and a subsurface of finer materials. In my institute, which is called, used to be Semagraph, then it became IRSTEA, now it's INRAE, and we'll see next. We did 6 PhD theses during the last 20 years dedicated to grain sorting. And we found it very interesting for the GBR conference to go back to this result and to reanalyze this result and to see if the active layer concept proposed by Gary Parker could help to make the link between the flume and the field. I will recycle some material I produced 20 years ago, and it's very funny because the 2 reviewers of my PhD thesis are in the room, and they will have opportunity to evaluate me again. So we did a lot of experiments on grain sorting. Is it possible to remove the sound, or what? So we did experiments on grain sorting, and with a special attention to kinetic sorting. Kinetic sorting, it's a very simple experiment here, where we shake a box comprising a mixture of sediments. And as you can see, from the beginning to this state, you have very rapid embedding of the finer sediments, and the coarse sediments are expulsed at the surface. So if you wait a few seconds, you'll see that we create what we could call an armor. Okay, same here. So this very simple experiment just to show that we don't need any shear stress at the bed surface to create what is supposed to be a bed armor. And as soon as you have a mixture in the river, we can consider that armoring is a natural process in the gravel bed river. Okay, we studied, oh, it does not work. We studied the different flow conditions leading to this process. And we considered the shear stress computed for the D84. And as you can see, from a very low ratio, we have mainly surface sorting governed by hiding and source position, where the coarse grain does not move. When you have a ratio close to 1, the kinetic sorting is maximum. And when you increase this ratio, the process diminishes and disappears when the shear stress ratio is higher than 2 because we have full mobility of the in a bulk transport. But what was very interesting is that this state also gave place to some very brutal change in the bed mobility with sometimes some departure of the mixture, keeping this stratification. And this is really this range of flow we consider in the presentation. So, in this video, you have a 2% slope experiments, and you can see different bed states. So the video is a composition of different instant of the experiment. And as you can see, the bed is not uniform. It's always changing. We have some parts of the bed are moored, other parts are eroded. And so the bed is complex. But when you consider a 9% slope experiment, the advantage for the steep slope experiment is that you have a small lag between what happens in the flume and what you measure at the outside of the outlet of the flume. So it's easy to make a relation between the outlet fluctuations and the bed fluctuations. So in this experiment, you can see that when the bed is, in red is the slope, the mean bed slope. When the slope is increasing, the outlet solidity charge is very low. It means that the bed is just storing sediments. And inversely, when you have an erosion of the bed, you have a peak solid discharge. So you see this relation between bed deformation and sediment transport we found in the active layer definition of Gary Parker. One aspect which is very important, but I will not have time to develop here, is that actually it's a multi-scale process. That is, the small fluctuation you will see at the scale of the bed form, you will observe the same fluctuation at the scale of the flume length. It's a process which is, you will have the same range of slope evolution and peak values of the sediment fluctuations. Okay. So fluctuation observed under perfectly controlled input condition contradicts the Lane's complex concept of equilibrium, because we learned at school that when you inject sediment in a constant feeding and for a long time, you will obtain a constant slope with the outlet solidity charge equal the inlet solidity charge. This is not the case with these fluctuations, but it finds an explanation with the concept of proposed by Bagnall, who introduced the terms of efficiency, and it's these formulations, which reduces to efficiency times the slope equal constant if you set the discharge and solid discharge constant. It means that for a given transport condition, if you have an transport efficiency, sorry for the pronunciation, you will have a given slope. But if you change this efficiency, you will change the slope. Let's see on this experiment. So this is again what the experiment we saw before. The video does not work. Is there somebody? So in this slide, you see here two bed states. We will illustrate with this video with here low transport efficiency with an armor layer. Oh, that's really too bad. It's really too bad, because you really see the transformation from this state to this state with armor destruction. It was working just before. Okay, well, it's the same computer. Okay, so here you have a very low transport efficiency, and here after armor breaking, you can imagine this armor is broken, and a large part of the sand below, which is stored below this armor, participates to transport, and you have a very high peak of transport, sediment transport associated with the armor destructions. So we will pass from a low transport efficiency to a high transport efficiency in this example. So instead of having an experiment with an outlet solid discharge equal to the inlet solid discharge and a given slope, we produce a cycle which has actually comprised long bed erosions with a peak transport, and long bed aggregation with a weak transport. And this is a periodical cycling, which is repeated through time if you do very long experiments, as we did in all these experiments. And because we pass from this condition to this condition, we necessarily pass by two short instants where the outlet solid discharge equals the inlet solid discharge. For these two very short instants, we verify a kind of equilibrium. It also corresponds, in terms of transport efficiency, to a brutal change in efficiency. Well, I have a problem with this word, efficiency. With here the armor breaking, and here near the formation of new bed clustering after a bed erosion. You have new armor will start after bed erosions. So what is important is that in the cycle of bed evolution from aggradation, erosion, we define two instances which correspond to the maximum slope and the minimum slopes, and which correspond to two short instances where we verify that actually the bed load transport equation theory for steady state conditions of uniform sediments works with the input parameters of the experiment. When you have the maximum slope, you can compute the inlet solid discharge with the standard equations using the mean diameter of the mixture and the maximum slope of the experiment. When the slope is minimum, and you can reproduce the inlet solid discharge using the fine material which has been released after armor breakup. So you have in two situations, coarse material with a maximum slope and fine material with a minimum slope. And with these two situations, verify an equilibrium state when you compare that with the standard equations for sediment transport. Now we will compare that to some data set comprising field measurements. So this data set was built by Vasquez Tario and al. They compiled several papers with score field depth, so with a large range of diameters, slope, and you can see in this figure that we have no correlation with the D90 mean slope and width. Now, sorry, we would like to compare our fluctuation in the flume to this data set. And for that, we need to define a maximum slope, a minimum slope, and a distance if we want to compute some local fluctuation of the bed. And for that, we will use the result we obtain in the flume and try if you can compare that to the field data set. First, in the flume, it's very easy because we know the input values. We know the discharge we impose to the experiments. In the field, we have no information. We have only wet river width. So we must make some hypotheses, and we consider here morphological flow, which is actually threshold conditions as defined by Gary Parker, with the morphological shear stress equal to 1.2 times the critical shear stress. Which means that in the deformable bed, as soon as the larger sediments are in motion, the section can deform to adapt to the flow. So we define this term by the shield stress. We use the D84 because we consider the larger grains of the mixture, and kinetic sorting is also maximum for this size. And from that, we can define a morphological depth, which corresponds to the flow condition we will consider in the following. So what is the maximum slope for bed armoring in the field? So we consider flow at near threshold conditions. We know that for the maximum slope, it will correspond to local bed armor, which means we will have a situation like this with near uniform sediments of coarse sediments. So we postulate that the maximum slope verifies incipient motion conditions of the coarse grain considered as the uniform sediments, which means that we will consider that when the maximum slope is reached somewhere, it corresponds to the threshold condition of this mixture of coarse grains, but considered as a uniform sediment mixture, like this. So we define two terms, the uniform critical shear stress for uniform sediments and the morphological depth. When we combine these two terms, we obtain these equations, which tell us that the maximum slope due to armoring is a mean bed slope affected by a proportionality coefficient expressing the difference in mobility between the coarse fraction considered alone or in a mixture. Actually, when you for a given size, grain size, it will not behave the same way if you put it in a uniform mixture or in a gradient mixture. Okay, you will not have the same mobility, and this term is necessarily higher than 1. Now, what is the minimum slope for bed scoring? So we propose here to use the Bellot equation, standard Bellot equation, which was verified for the flume with the flume data, which actually for this with this equation we could reproduce the transport of fine sediments after bed erosion in the flume. So when we use these equations by replacing the depth by the morphological depth, the diameter by the subsurface diameter, because after bed erosion in the flume, remember that it's a fine material which participates to the transport and not the coarse material. And in the flume experiments, the transport rate is the inlet imposed transport rate. Here we will use the average transport rate of the ridge. Oh. So we have two terms, the minimum slope defined by these equations and morphological depth. And if I combine these two terms, I obtain these equations, which tell us that the minimum local slope after local bed erosion is the mid-bed slope affected by a coefficient which depends on the armor ratio, AR. AR is a armor ratio, which is a ratio between the surface and subsurface material, and the mean transport rate of the ridge, phi morpho. In this equation, these two terms have an opposite effect. The transport rate tends to increase the erosions, and the armor ratio tends to limit the erosions. So we have this set of equations, have several unknowns, the transport rate of the ridge, the critical shear stress. For that, I use other equation I published a few years ago. And for the length, I use for the length of the bed form, I use the river width, W. This expression to compute phi morpho, the critical shear stress for D84 and for uniform sediments. In terms of input data, we have the surface and subsurface diameters for the 26 rivers I presented before, the width and the slope. And when we compute all these equations, we obtain this result, where you have here in the y-axis the measured score depth. I did not say, but it was measured by the score chain techniques and the barrier of tracers. And the first observation is that so you have here the computed score depth, which means that this line corresponds to the maximum theoretical score depth. The first constat is that we have something which is consistent in terms of order of magnitude. We have the same proportion. And the maximum is always respected for all rivers. We have most data fall within the region of expected region. From the computation, you can also do some simplification, because this term for the considered rivers is 1.5, and we also compute the minimum slope, which is for the whole data set, about 10% of the mean bed slope, which reduces the equation to these simple equations. And finally, what you can see that with this simple equation, we can reproduce the maximum score depth expected for the full range of river investigated by Daniel Vasquez and colleagues. I finish. To conclude, what we can conclude from this work, there is a consistency between the flume and the field. Our flume observations are in good agreement with the active layer definition of Gary Parker. and the computation permits to reproduce realistic score field depths. Of course, we can conclude that we have solved all the explanation of the complex dynamics of the active layer, but grain sorting could be a good candidate to explain the baseline behavior of the active layer in reverse. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, a lot of information. This was a quite bit rapid, but
Thank you very much,
okay.
Alain, for your presentation, and we will go with Eloine now.
You win, sir?
Only the time that she is equipped with her microphone. So. Non funziona. So thank you, Lewin. No, the pointeur. Tu as le pointeur? Forward, backward, and laser.
Hello? Better? Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay. The critical shear stresses in rivers vary significantly between streams. Like here we see a plot of critical shear stress versus slope. And if we look for a given slope, there's about an order of magnitude variation in those critical shear stresses. And normally when we're estimating a critical shear stress for a given stream, we're either using an empirical relation to estimate that, or we're sort of picking a number out of a hat and saying, I like this number, which can lead to large uncertainties in our estimates of channel stability. In addition to this problem, a large number of recent studies have shown that the critical shear stress can vary over time. So for example, this variation in the Erlenbach shows less than an order of magnitude of critical shear stress changes over time, but it's still a significant amount of variation, which tells us even if you pick a number out of a hat for a given stream, you're still going to be wrong. And so the problem is, if we want to know when the onset of motion is, we need to have some sort of accurate representation of the critical shear stress. And so we're going to dive into some of the simplified mechanics of grain motion to explain that, which will then help us estimate critical shear stresses in a given stream. And if we look at when critical shear stresses vary in a given stream, a number of studies have shown or hypothesized that you can transition from a low value of critical shear stress to a high value of critical shear stress after a long duration low flow event, where that is changing the bed structure, moving particles into more stable positions, making them harder to move. And in particular, what I want to focus on is protrusion, which is the amount that a grain sticks up above the surrounding bed elevation. And we're going to focus on that instead of all the other possible parameters that might influence the onset of motion, because it can have a huge effect on critical shear stresses. So if we do a theoretical calculation of critical shear stresses and hold everything else constant using a force balance calculation, we can calculate the critical shear stress divided by the critical shield stress when protrusion is 100% plotted against protrusion. And what you'll note is that holding everything else constant, protrusion can vary by about 3 orders, or critical shear stress can vary about 3 orders of magnitude. And so what that tells us is that we can explain almost the entirety of the critical shear stress variations with one variable. I'm not saying it's all due to this variable, but in theory, we could explain it all with this one variable. That also means that if we have a simplified force balance equation, we can measure grain size, protrusion, and assume some angles, which I'll talk about in a minute, to estimate critical shield stress in a given river. But the problem is that protrusion is notoriously difficult to measure, which is why probably none of you have actually measured protrusion beyond like 2 people in this room. It's really tedious, it's really boring, no one wants to measure it. It's also really subject to subjectivity, including the definition of what is even protrusion. So if you look in these images, some people define it as the amount the grain sticks up above an elevation just upstream of it, or others is its amount the grain sticks up above some sort of average elevation. So there's no sort of systematic definition in the literature of what we should even be using. And that brings us, finally, to what we're going to be trying to do, which is building upon a recent study that was published last year by Steer et al. And they developed a new method for essentially obtaining the grain size, but instead of obtaining the grain size from photographs, they're obtaining the grain size from topography. And this is called G3 point. And I don't have time to go over all the details of this method, but I will say you can get topography from things like structure from motion or LiDAR. You obtain a point cloud. They then use a flow routing algorithm to identify each grain as its own watershed. They then do some cleaning of those grains, and then finally they fit ellipsoids to the grains, which allow them to get the grain size distribution. They also get things like grain orientations. And the neat thing about this is that they're obtaining grains from a point cloud, and we need a point cloud to obtain protrusion. So we're going to build upon what they did, and by incorporating protrusion into this method. They also compared the grain sizes estimated from G3 point with grain sizes from pebble counts, but they haven't seen how accurate this is in identifying individual grain boundaries. So we're going to do some further testing of this method. Of course, it's only been tested in one paper because it was published less than a year ago. So what we're going to focus on is, can G3 point be modified to estimate protrusion and critical shield stresses? If I provide a code, can someone then just go out with some topography and then calculate critical shield stresses in any stream? And then what are the implications for the controls of bed sorting on critical shear stress? And we're going to spend less time on that one. And I'm going to talk about our modifications. I'm going to call it G3 point plus for lack of a better word. So when I talk about G3 point plus, those will be our modifications to the original code developed by Steer. So if I go back to what G3 point is doing, it gets a point cloud for each grain. What we need to do then is determine protrusion from that point cloud. I'm going to go to an orthomosaic for one of our experiments. So this is, which I'll talk about in a few minutes. So this is one of our experiments. And what we need to do then is find the perimeter of each grain from that point cloud, because protrusion is normally calculated as some sort of distance outside of my grain. So the first thing we do is find the perimeter as the furthest extent of the grain point cloud. Then what we need to do is find all of the points surrounding the particle within a certain search radius. And you can set the search radius to be whatever you want. And what I've identified here are all the points in the corresponding point cloud to this orthomosaic that are a certain distance away from the grain. And what you'll note is that this point cloud has an irregular shape. that mimics the shape of the grain, which allows us to get a more accurate representation of protrusion. I don't have time to go into it, but if we use a circle just around the grain, you're going to exclude important points. So we obtain all these points surrounding our grain, and then we simply calculate protrusion as the difference between the highest elevation on my grain of interest minus the median surrounding bed elevation within that distance around my particle. So it's not a complicated calculation. Then the next thing we need to do is we have grain size from G3 point, we have protrusion from G3 point plus, and we put it into a force balance calculation. And this is from Jaeger et al. 2018, which builds upon the work of many other people. And the main thing we're doing here is just doing a simple balance of driving and resisting forces, where the driving forces depend on protrusion and grain size, and we get protrusion and grain size from G3 point and G3 point plus. We assume a log-shaped velocity profile, and we assume a roughness length, Z naught. Then we obtain the resisting forces, and there's a whole bunch of resisting forces, but the key thing is that we're using protrusion to estimate the burial of the grain. So the more buried grains are, the harder they're going to be to move, not only because they have lower applied fluid forces on them, but also because there's all this sediment on top of them holding them in place. We also use the grain size to estimate the grain weight. And then finally, the movement of the grain is also dependent on the angle through which it needs to pivot, and then an internal friction angle that accounts for a lot of those things that Alan was mentioning in his talk, like armoring, interlocking of grains, imbrication, clustering, porosity. All of that is just thrown into this one empirical internal friction angle. And since we don't know what those two angles are for any of the grains on our bed, we're just going to assume potential distributions of them for each grain, which means we get a distribution of critical shear stresses for every grain, and then we combine all of those distributions into one distribution of critical shear stresses for the entire bed. Now, to test this method, we conducted experiments in the Center for Ecohydraulics Research flume at the University of Idaho. This flume is 2 meters wide, 20 meters long, and we have two experiments that we're going to discuss. One is a narrow grain size distribution with grain sizes from about 4 to 22 millimeters, and it wasn't waterworked. We just put the sediment on the bed and then made our measurements. The other one, we have a wide grain size distribution that ranged from 2 to 64 millimeters, and we waterworked that bed for 12 hours at a flow that could move the D50 or the D84. For each experiment, we took 150 to 200 photos of a bed area, which allowed us to use Agisoft Megashape to calculate the bed topography at less than a millimeter resolution. And for the rest of this talk, what you're going to see is on your left, you're going to see the narrow grain size distribution without waterworking, and on your right, you're going to see the wide grain size distribution that was waterworked. So these are the DEMs that we obtained for both of those experiments, and what you'll note is that they look very different, the bed topography as well as the grain size. Now, G3 point cannot handle a huge quantity of point clouds, and so we're going to lower the resolution of those point clouds so it can handle it. We're also going to limit the area of those DEMs for which we're conducting the testing, and that's purely for my benefit because I have to go and digitize all the grains, and so there's a limited amount of grains I want to digitize. So these are the areas we're going to be focused on. And if we look at the corresponding orthomosaics you see here, what I did was outline the boundary of every single grain in those orthomosaics manually. And the reason why I'm doing that is so that I can take those grain boundaries and put it into the protrusion calculation, because I want to have a consistent definition of protrusion and a consistent method to verify this method, or the G3 point method. And as Rebecca is going to talk to you later on this week, if you have different definitions or measurements of protrusion, it's going to really affect your results. So I want to keep my definitions consistent. In addition, we also measured the B-axis just from the ortho photo. So of course, there's errors associated with that. We took those protrusions, that we obtained from the manual outlines of the grains and the grain sizes and put them into those critical shear stress calculations. Everything is identical in those calculations to the G3 point, except for the protrusions, grain sizes, and grain weights. Okay, now that we've finally got to the results, these are those same orthomosaics, but those are the outlines from G3 point. And as you'll note, it is doing a good job at outlining many of the grains, but there are grains that it's either lumping together or splitting apart. So for example, in the blue area, we see about 3 grains that are lumped together by that white outline. And then in the orange area, we see this grain is split into 4 particles, whereas in the orange area on the wide grain size distribution bed, we see that there are these small grains that are somehow sitting on top of my large particle, which definitely did not happen and doesn't really happen in nature, where you have lots of small particles sitting on a smooth surface of a large rock. So there are problems in identifying the exact boundaries of the grains. And we couldn't fully eliminate these problems simply by changing the variables. It has many input variables into G3 point. You could change the amount of splitting or lumping, but it doesn't eliminate either entirely. But the question is, does this actually have a bad impact on the grain size distribution? And to look at that, what we need to do is talk about one of the key variables that goes into this calculation, which is K, and that's the number of nearest neighbors in the flow routing algorithm. And Steer et al. Found that this was one of the key controls on the accuracy of G3 point. And so we're going to investigate that. There's many other variables that we found the approximate value of it that work the best, and we're just going to hold those constant. So again, each slide, I'm going to show you the wide grain size distribution on the right, narrow grain size distribution on the left. What you're seeing here are plots of the grain size distribution where our manual measurements are in black. Different K values that are put into G3 point are in those different colored lines. And if you look at the grain size distributions, G3 point is doing a pretty good job at matching the shape of our measured grain size distributions. And in general, throughout this talk, when I'm saying a good job, we're getting to within about 10, sometimes 20% error in various important percentiles of our distributions, such as D16, D50, or G84. If we look at the narrow grain size distribution, we're not doing as good of a job in estimating that distribution, particularly in this area here. But again, about a 20% error for these percentiles. And so in both cases, we're doing a reasonable job at estimating grain size, especially for something that hasn't really been calibrated, that we're just eyeballing to see if it works well. In addition, similar G3 point variables could estimate the grain size distribution well in both of these 2 experiments, which is encouraging because it means you might not have to change all these variables over a huge quantity in your different streams. But similar to Steer et al., I would definitely recommend, even if you're not using G3 point the way I'm applying it, if you're just using it on its own, you would need some manual grain sizes to get some idea of what variables to put into it, because there's about like 6 adjustable input variables. But I wouldn't say that you need to measure protrusion and critical shear stresses in order to validate it, just those grain sizes so you have some idea, for example, of what K value to use. If we look at protrusion, which are now our modifications to G3 point, if we look for the narrow grain size distribution, we're doing a really good job at estimating those protrusion distributions, regardless of what K value we choose. Whereas in the wide grain size distribution, we have 2 different K values that seem to fit our manual measurements well, where we have a K value of 10 work well for low percentiles of the distribution, and a higher K value work well for higher percentiles of the distribution, which isn't great. But what I want to note is that most of these large errors occur for very low percentiles of protrusion, And those low percentiles of protrusion are often negative values. And if you have a negative value, that means it's sitting below the average stream bed, and we can't actually calculate lift or drag on that particle using these commonly used equations. So all those negative protrusions are essentially thrown out from our calculations because we can't use them. So once you throw out those negative protrusions, and we only look at protrusions greater than 0, now we can have essentially most of that protrusion distribution fit well by one K value. Then finally, if we look at critical shear stresses, we take those grain sizes, take those protrusions, and then calculate that distribution of critical shear stresses for the entire bed. And you see that we're doing a pretty good job at getting those critical shear stress distributions, except for this red line. The same K values generally work to obtain grain size, protrusion, and critical shear stress to match our manual measurements. In addition to matching these critical shear stress distributions for the entire bed, we can also obtain the critical shear stress for each grain size on the bed, which is probably more what you care about. Maybe you care about the critical shear stress for the median grain size, or you care about the critical shear stress for each grain size and you want to make a hiding function. Well, in that case, we can separate out that critical shear stress distribution into bins corresponding to each grain size bin. For example, you see the 11 millimeter grain size bin here with protrusion on your left and critical shear stress on the right. And the protrusion distribution is jumpy, not smooth, because we have a low sample size of protrusion in that grain size bin. And again, we're doing a reasonably good job at getting protrusion, particularly for those high percentiles of the distribution. And those high percentiles of the distribution are really what we care about, because those are the particles that are sticking far up into the bed, and those are the particles that are most likely to move and most likely represent what you're measuring when you're going out and manually getting a bed load measurement or a tracer particle measurement. You're probably measuring particles with high protrusion to get your critical shear stress. So high protrusion particles are producing essentially these low percentiles of the critical shear stress distribution that are most likely corresponding to what you measure in the field. So going back to our question, we're going to move on to the next one, the implications for controls on bed sorting. And this is going to be not part of the Gravel Bed Rivers paper, but it's a study by Jae-ho Shim, who made bed load transport rates in 5 different beds. Each of those beds, he waterworked them, again, for 12 hours before he made the bed load transport measurements. Then he made 5 bed load transport measurements on each bed for 5 essentially different flows. From that, he can obtain bed load transport rate versus shear stress, and then he used the reference transport rate method to obtain the critical shear stress. So he has actual measurements of critical shear stress for those 5 different beds, where they range from a narrow bed, narrow grain size distribution, so very similar grain sizes, to a wide grain size distribution. And for each of those beds, what I've done is plot 2 representative grain sizes of the intermediate sizes that occur on each bed, 11 millimeters and 16 millimeters. There are also smaller sizes, of course, and larger sizes on these wider beds. But the key thing to note is that for these intermediate sizes on each bed, we see an increase in critical shear stress as your grain size becomes more poorly sorted. So higher critical shear stress, more poorly sorted bed. And so what we're going to do is try and use G3 point to explain why we see this increase. And for that, we're going to focus on these 2 end member beds, and those are the 2 beds that I've essentially been talking about for this entire talk. So we have the narrowest grain size distribution bed and the widest grain size distribution bed. For each of those beds, we're now going to run G3 point after waterworking. So after waterworking, we took photos, the bed, created the bed topographies, and this is G3 point run over the entire area for which we have data. And then we're going to calculate protrusion and critical shear stresses on those beds. And you can see the grains that it's identified there. These are the protrusions for the 16 millimeter grain size bin that we identified. So showing you just the 16 millimeter grain size bin, because that was one of the grain sizes that JHO saw an increase in critical shear stress. What you'll note is the wide grain size distribution is shown in blue, and the narrow grain size distribution is shown in black. And the wide grain size distribution systematically has lower protrusion than the narrow grain size distribution. And that makes sense if we think about what Alan was talking about, hiding effects, right? If you have an intermediate size particle or a small particle sitting on a bed with a narrow grain size, that particle can stick up more into the flow than it can on a bed with many larger grain sizes that shelter it from the flow. So then we can take these protrusions, calculate critical shear stresses, and see if they match what we measured in the flume with actual bed load. These are the critical shear stresses for those two beds. And you'll note that the wide grain size distribution systematically has a higher critical shear stress than the narrow grain size distribution. So that means the 16 millimeter particle is harder to move on that wide bed, which corresponds exactly to what JHO measured, which is really encouraging because that means possibly G3 point can be used to actually assess how particle mobility varies with grain size and bed structure that's associated with grain size. But of course, you're looking at distributions. JHO had 1 point. And if we really wanted to do an actual comparison, we would have to choose some sort of percentile in that distribution to correspond to what JHO measured. But there isn't any consensus in the literature as to what that percentile should be, and there hasn't been much testing on that. And so that's where we need to do some further work. Most people think that we need to use a low percentile of the distribution, like 10%, 1%, that corresponds to the most easily mobile particles on the bed. Again, that corresponds to what you measure in the field when you're doing bed load sampling or tracer particle motions. So in summary, we find G3 point can estimate critical shear stress changes possibly with changes in grain size distribution or bed structure. This could, in theory, help you at least make an informed decision about what your critical shear stress should be on a bed instead of making some arbitrary choice of the critical shear stress, and may also help you predict critical shear stress changes through time. With limited data, all you need to go is take out 100 photographs, put it in structure for motion, and then run it through our code. But of course, more work is needed to test G3 point and to decide on what percentile of the critical shear stress distribution to use. And I've totally ignored this internal friction angle, which is super important. A lot of studies are showing that angularity is important or bed structure is important. And I've assumed that's constant, but it probably isn't. And it's something that's difficult to measure in the field. And we're trying to figure out a way to try and also estimate that from the topography as well, given its importance. And thank you, I'm done.
Thank you very much for both of your presentations that were perfectly timed. Thank you very much. Please stay on and come for questions in the assembly. Please, if you ask question, give your name and affiliation, please. Yeah.
Hello, Bruce McVicker from Waterloo. So my question is for Alain. It's about the L distance. I know you chose the width. Can you justify that? I'm just wondering if you can get negative slopes at a L distance of the channel width if you have larger bed forms, and yeah, whether that affects it. So I'll just comment, I guess, on the L distance.
It's I was looking for a morphological scale, which was close to the bedform scale, so the width seems evident for me. But of course, it's an hypothesis. We use the negative value. You mean so in the computation? No, never. No.
Because you have a maximum and a minimum.
Yeah. But the distance does not impact the computation of the minimum slopes. The distance is only for the depth, the computation of the depth, score depth value. But the minimum slope really involves the transport rate of the ridge and the armor ratio. not the distance is only used to compute the scale of the yeah.
Hi, Lena Polvi, Umeå University. Thanks for both your talks. Elowen, I have a question about measuring protrusion in the field, where you can't have a nice topographical scan. What are your suggestions when you can't get a median elevation around the grain?
Yeah. I guess I would say if you can find an exposed bed area that isn't under the flow, then you could still do this sort of photograph method and obtain the topography if you have an area that is exposed. If it's not exposed, what we've been working on is actually taking photographs in the flume underwater with a waterproof camera, and we've also done structure from motion underwater, and we actually seem to get that to work well as long as you actually put the camera underwater. You might be able to do that. I haven't tested that in the field though. In terms of if you don't want to do either of those, then I think you have to go back to the ruler estimate or have some sort of contraption that we have one that has a bunch of point gauges on it, and then you put that on each particle. But I mean, that takes half a day to measure protrusion for grains, which is why I tried to develop this to make it faster. Those would be my recommendations.
Yeah.
Thank you. Cristina Escaudiasa from the Catholic University of Chile. Alain, do you have, and this is maybe too esoteric, but do you have time series of bed elevation during the, do you have instantaneous time series of bed elevation? I was really impressed by the data that you show, and this is the part where I see a clear analogy with turbulence theory. You have, you said you had periodic variations, right? Those are your coherent structures. And you have a lot of fluctuations up to the smallest scale, the Kolmogorov scale, which is, in this case, is your grain size, right? Can you separate these scales? Have you computed a spectra of bed elevation or things like that to identify the dynamics of this process of the bed?
We did some analysis, spectral analysis of this process, and it's really an imbricated process, and the smaller scale participate to construct the larger scales. And we could reproduce some kind of models like this. It's very interesting. I don't know in the real river how it could work, but we suspect that in a steep slopes rivers, where the processes are very active and very strong, these scale effects can have, does it work? Yes. Can have a strong impact on the intensity of the large events, you see.
And can you see, what would be the parameter? Can you see like inertial subrange in this wide range of scales that you have? Yeah. Can you characterize it with the Shields parameter or something?
What the range?
This spectra, this transfer of energy or bed elevation from the smaller scale to the largest or something like that.
No, it's more descriptive for the moment to really compute exactly the process. It's not so easy.
No. Yeah, great presentations both. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
So, Benoit Camden from INRAE France. I have a question actually for both of you. it's what would be the best definition for the critical bed shear stress? Because there are many of them, and some of the uncertainty Elwin showed is partly from the definition. If you use extrapolation of the sediment transport to some critical value, or there are many different choices from authors, and I was wondering, at least for you, what would be the best definition to use?
That's a hard question. I don't know, part of me actually wants to get rid of critical shear stress altogether because of that definition problem, but then I can't think of what to do to replace it. I don't think there's a best definition, unfortunately. I just wish we maybe all used a systematic definition, and then that would make things easier. But yeah, I feel like that's a really hard question. Maybe as a community, we can try and come up with one definition, and that we could write a paper for this conference saying this is the definition.
Maybe it depends what is your objective, actually. Yeah. You can change the definition depending on what you want to study. But you're right. It's not so simple.
Andrew Wilcox, University of Montana. Mainly a question for Elwin, but Alain might have comments. The question is about mixed sand gravel systems, and your wide grain size started at 2 millimeters, and I want to think about adding sand into that system. So I guess the first question is, in terms of this temporal variation that you can see in protrusion and critical shield stress, to what extent would sand affect that process? And then I guess the sort of methods question of how well would G3 point plus work when you have a sand gravel mixture, because I've played around a little bit with digital extrapolation of grain size, and it seems like there's some methods for sand and some methods for coarse bedded systems, but not sure about the mixed grain size. Thanks.
So I would say first, I didn't mention this because I didn't want to complicate the talk, but we did actually have 10% sand in both of those beds. But once we performed the water working, that percent sand went down to almost 0 in the armor layer itself. So I've essentially ignored the presence of sand. And then secondly, I'm doing the easy questions first. The G3 point, they don't even recommend using it below a grain size of about 4 to 5 millimeters. And we tried to push it down to 2. And I think it was okay, but it really had some issues with those small grain sizes. So I would not recommend using it for sand. I don't think it would work well. And I don't know about G3 point plus since it's based on G3 point. And then in terms of the effects on sand, I think that's a super interesting question, since sand has been shown to decrease the critical shear stress for particles, but then it can also bury the particles, the larger particles. And I think, I would expect, and what we saw in our experiments was sand decrease in the JHO's actual measurements, it decreased the critical shear stress of the particles. So I would expect that somehow sand is helping either with protrusion or with some of those angles that I'm essentially glossing over in the talk. But that wasn't something that we specifically investigated with G3 point, and I don't think it's something that we could look at. So it'd be dominantly gravel rivers ignoring sand, unfortunately.
James Bathurst, University of Newcastle, now retired. I have a question really for Elwin. I've been trying to think back to a study I did about 10 years ago, and I'm trying to remember the results. But to do with protrusion, I think not only have we got the problem of the extent to which the gravel or the boulders or the pebbles stick up above the layer, but the extent to which they are also embedded in the gravel, which is a question of kind of being stuck, stickiness held in there. So that is perhaps an extra complication for you to consider with your protrusion in a real in rivers. I'm not sure, perhaps not in the lab flows. The other thing that I seem to remember from the study was that I'd used data from rivers, was that the grain size distribution actually didn't have any effect. I couldn't find a way to get that to affect the critical. Well, I was using critical discharge, but let's say the critical shear stresses didn't seem to be effective in rivers. But I don't know whether whether you can find differently in the lab flows. But it'd be interesting to see how well you can then start to represent the river flows. But I think embeddedness and grain size might be something to investigate further.
Yeah, and we actually include the embeddedness in that force balance calculation for the resisting forces of the grain. Essentially, we calculate embeddedness as the inverse of protrusion. So the more buried the particle is, we have a force that specifically accounts for the harder it is to move that particle because of all those surrounding particles sitting on top of it. Embeddedness is very key, and we include that just using protrusion, essentially assuming that they're related to each other, which they may or may not be. But I also think those internal friction angles will also vary with things like how buried the particle is, and that's going to be important as well. And then the grain size question, I feel like there's just no consensus in the literature as to whether the wide or narrow grain size distributions are important. And I think in the field, the problem is there's all these other confounding factors that might not let you isolate the effects of grain size distribution, whereas in the flume we can, but of course there's all these simplifications as well in the flume that make it difficult.
Another thing that's just come to my mind was that actually there seemed to be an effect also depending on whether it was a snowmelt regime or whether it was a rainfall regime. Because if you've got the snowmelt regime, there's during the time of the snowmelt, there is quite frequent reworking of the bed, and the bed's quite loose, which makes one effect. But then in a rain-fed regime, perhaps you have to wait quite a bit of time between events, and in that time the bed is stabilizing more and becomes more difficult to move. So there may be an effect also from that. So extra complication.
Yeah, and I think that's where that internal friction angle would come into play. Whereas depending on your flow history, like things that Annie's worked on, you can get very different critical shear stresses even in the same river. And I think that's why that angle is really important to account for that beyond protrusion, because I don't necessarily know if protrusion will account for what you're talking about.
No.
So yeah, there is a question from Colin Thorne for Ellen. Says, Aranaki, back in the 70s, an armoring theory was formulated by Dr. John Gessler at Colorado State University, was used to predict how armoring will limit scour depth in a gravel bed river. Is a new active layer plus grain sorting analysis comparable to what Gessler work? And if it is comparable, does it support or refute Gessler armoring theory approach to predict scour?
I read Gessler worked, it was 20 years ago. I don't remember, I think he had a probabilistic approach, no? No, I don't remember actually. I cannot really answer to this question. I remember that it was a very interesting work, a very important work, but today I could not respond to this, answer to these questions, sorry.
Okay. See if Colin is happy with your answer. He will answer that.
Hello, I'm Joel Johnson, University of Texas at Austin. Just thinking about the protrusion more, it seems like a lot of the challenge is in relating, the particular, height difference of one grain to that grain size itself. And so, I mean, what do, either one or both of you think about just the tying it in basically as a measure of roughness? Because, right, measuring topography isn't hard. And if you can relax the relationship between individual grain and individual protrusion and have distribution of grain sizes, distribution of protrusions, i.e. just, height distribution of the bed, maybe one could at least have an easier time measuring protrusion statistically for a given bed. Do you have to tie individual protrusion to individual grain to make progress on critical shear stress and transport?
I think you do, because I think if you just don't have them related, then you could have a really tiny protrusion, let's say for a large grain that actually has a large protrusion, and then that's going to, I think because of the way the equations work, it's going to give you an entirely different distribution of critical shear stresses unless they're correlated. I haven't tested it. I've thought about it. I haven't tested it, but my intuition is that it wouldn't necessarily work. But yeah, that would be awesome if it would.
Another question? If no, I might ask my question. Since I'm a field girl for Alain, you told us that there are multiple scale processes implied, and what will be the application for these multiple scale processes, please?
In terms of application, I think, as I mentioned before, on steep stream, for instance, we did some experiments with check dams, for instance. And this multi-scale behavior explain why with check dams, check dams in mountains, and to regulate the transfer of sediment, you break this scaling problem, and you prevent the apparition of big events. You limit the extent of the scaling effect, which means that usually people working in mountain say when you have check dams, you have more transport. Actually, it's always transport, but it's small quantities. When you don't have check dams, you can have a long period of bed accumulations with a big event transporting. So it's an example of application in mountain streams. We think we cannot conclude it's exactly it's our hypothesis. Our work goes in this direction, and maybe I don't know. This scale, the question was, why did I use the width? It was because I was interested by the bed form scale. But if we consider the ridge scale now, maybe it will not be the same distance which should be used. And because in the flume we have a scale answer which is respected from the bed form to the flume length, maybe in the ridge we could also observe some scale effects in the river ridge. Because what I presented this morning concerned only the bed forms, but maybe at the ridge scale we could calculate some base undulation of the bed. I don't know. It's something we could try to verify. I don't know.
Thank you.
Okay.
Same question for Eloine. What will be the application of your method, basically?
Yeah, I mean, my hope, beyond what Lena mentioned, is that someone could just go out to a river and take about 100 photographs, get the topography, and use these codes to help them get an informed, it's not going to be perfect, but an informed estimate of the critical shear stress that they can then use for anything that they need a critical shear stress for. Of course, more testing, I would say, is definitely needed on both G3 point and G3 point plus before that happens, but that's my overall goal.
Thank you very much. Two small questions. Hi, I'm Claudia from Delft University of Technology. Thank you both for your presentations. I want to build up actually on this last question. I was wondering at which scales would you aim to characterize the riverbed, and how then the whole logistics of the 100 photographies multiply if you then want to extend it over longer reaches?
Yeah, that's a great question. both in terms of the logistics of taking the photographs and then putting all that into the structure for motion and then putting it in G3 point. I guess what I would say is trying to choose some sort of representative area of the bed. There's no way that you could do an entire reach and put this in all of the calculations. So maybe 1 or 2 representative areas, maybe each about a meter in diameter, a meter by a meter, and then do the calculations in those areas. Thanks.
And maybe one last question.
Hi, Joanna Crow-Curran, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Question for Alan, and this also builds off what you were just talking about with check dams, because it occurred to me, so this is a question formed in the last 2 minutes in my brain. So forgive if it's obvious. But with the check dams and the armoring and trying to figure out that active layer, have you thought about, or maybe gone out to the field and looked at, could you use the distance between 2 check dams and calculate that and then see how that varies? And if you get the same armor thickness, active layer thickness as you go between successive check dams going down the same stream.
We could we could prevent. I think we could try to calculate, yes, the fluctuations, the level fluctuations downstream each dams, check dams. Yes, we did some flume experiments which are quite which support this hypothesis. So in the field it's complicated because you don't have clear data in the field how to follow the check dams behavior. But in the flume we had some interesting results showing that the same process is acting, and we can also calculate the. So
you're not getting like a preferential accumulation of large grains at one end?
Not necessarily. If you could, depending on the time you observe your system, but you can have a uniform armoring on the overreach, as you can have some accumulation. But the behavior more generally is quite similar to what we propose here. With, but what is very interesting is that because we disconnect each part of the bed, you have this kind of fluctuation, but totally disconnected the one from the others. And it's very funny because you totally change. I don't know if I did the experiment here, but if you have the same experiment and you impose this separation of the, you will totally change the frequency of the bed response what you measure outside you have the same, in average, the same fluxes, but the frequency is totally different.
That's intriguing, and we will stop this session with this last insight. Thank you very much for your presentation and your answers and all of your questions, and I think it's coffee break. So
thank you very much.
Let's go.
Same format, we'll have 25 minutes for each speaker and then followed by discussion. And so our first speaker is tackling the very specific question of physical scale modeling, sediment transport. So Oscar Link.
Yeah.
Yours should work now, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
it should work. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Oscar Link, and I worked together with Bernd Edmer from the University of Magdeburg in Germany. I'm currently at the Universidad de Concepción in Chile. And the topic today is the physical scale modeling of sediment transport processes in gravel bed rivers. So, as outlined for this presentation, I will give a motivation on sediment transport processes and engineering problems in gravel bed rivers. Some theoretical background going back to the similitude theory and sediment transport processes in gravel bed rivers. Then I will briefly revise modeling techniques regarding the use of plastics and also the control of the fluid temperature in physical scale models. And then I will show some study cases with protections against scour, the design of fishways, the reservoir sedimentation, the scouring around bridge piers, and also the behavior of incipient motion with controlling temperature. So, well, with sediment transport processes such as incipient motion, bedload transport, armoring, formation, evolution, and migration of bed forms, also local scouring around obstacles, and sedimentation are still described on a semi-empirical basis, but a number of engineering problems such as river restoration measurements, sediment management in reservoirs, and protection of waterworks against local scouring are related to huge uncertainties associated with results from different formulas, and also difficulties arising in field measurements. So in this context, the use of physical scale modeling models can be of benefit as complementary source of information to understand complex situations without a known solution, but also to develop formulas from laboratory experiments for estimation of key parameters such as, for instance, the scour depths around piles or boulders or other obstacles. So, yeah, basically we need to recall that in the similitude theory we distinguish between identity when two situations are equal, similar situations. This is the best illustration, I think, between or of a prototype and a physical scale model. But we also have distorted situations where we have a prototype and a scaled situation which is distorted in one of the dimensions. Okay. So a little bit of mathematics. We have based on the dimensional analysis to distinguish the controlling parameters. We have parameters characterizing the fluid, the flow, the sediment, and of course the sediment transport process of interest, which could add some other variables to characterize, for instance, the obstacle. Also the time could be interesting in some unsteady problems. So typically for the fluid, we take the density and the viscosity. For the flow, we take the acceleration of gravity, the velocity or the bed shear stress, and a flow depth. For the sediment, we can take characteristic sediment size, the density of the sediments, and critical velocity or critical bed shear stress for the inception of sediment motion. And this functional relationship can be then transformed to dimensionless parameters. One possibility, the most common one, give us the Reynolds number, the Fruit number, the relative density between the flow and the sediment, the relative sediment size to the flow depths, and the relation between the actual shields parameter and the critical shields parameter as explaining variables of a given sediment transport process. So from the very beginning, hydraulicians know that it is impossible to have identical Reynolds and Fruit number in a flume or a scale model. And for this reason, we always have a distorted model. But also we know that if we are in the same range, in the case of Reynolds number, if we are in the laminar range, transitional, or in the turbulent range in both prototype and model, and we keep the Fruit number identical, then we have a good behavior of the flow in terms of the hydraulics. Anyway, when this is not the case, we have to deal with some scale effects. And the hydraulic problem is even more complicated if we take the sediments into account. The gravel bed rivers in this sense are not that complicated because most of the gravel range, which is marked here in this Garcia-Parker diagram, these are the typical gravel bed rivers that they use it for this paper. But the main point here is that we are in the linear part, in the horizontal part of the Shields curve when dealing with gravel bed rivers. More problematic is this region here, where we fall already into the variable part of the Shields curve. So if we put some dimensions in these sediments, and we think on a typical model scale, geometrical model scale of 1 to 100, if we divide the gravel range by 100, we see that in the case of granules and pebbles, we would fall for the model sediment into the range of the silt. And that's problematic because silt particles have a different shape, and usually we associated them with some cohesive behavior. So it has been already tested and is well known that we should not use model sediments finer than fine sand. So if we want to represent this range of gravels, we are in troubles for typical scales of 1 to 100 or 1 to 50. For that reason also, in classical studies, it usually, we usually could have some conclusions in qualitative terms about the sediment transport. Means the positional areas, scouring areas were well reproduced, but the quantities were not well estimated with physical scale models. If we go a little bit further, we have a modified Shields diagram by Van Rijn, who proposed to replace the Reynolds particle number by this sedimentological parameter, which is a kind of dimensionless grain size, involving the particle Reynolds number and the Shields parameter. So a lot of variables can be simplified by this division, and we see that the sedimentological diameter contains the relative density, the viscosity, and also the grain sizes. And it well captures the behavior of the Shields curve too. So the idea is to test if this sedimentological diameter is a good criteria to be kept in the model and the prototype in order to gain more precision with the results on sediment transport processes in physical scale models. And that's what we have done in a series of different cases, using the fact that we have some plastics available that we can use as sediment in the model. And these plastics have lower densities and sizes similar to the sizes of the natural sediments. This is of advantage to use larger sizes in relation to the density, because we, sorry, I will go back to this diagram. We also, or is desired to stay in the rough hydraulic wall regime, okay? So if we would reduce also the size of the model sediments, we could fall into the smooth or transitional range, close to the smooth range, which would alter a little bit more the results and introduce additional scale effects. So basically, one first idea is that the geometric scaling is possible for cobbles and boulders in the prototype that are well represented just by sands and granules. But we can't use the same sediment in the model and prototype to represent granules and pebbles. And of course, even more importantly, not to represent a sand fraction present in the gravel bed river in the prototype. Okay, so for that, it could be useful to use plastics, and I will show that the identity of this sedimentological diameter provide good results. Here I included a table with some of the typical plastic material or artificial materials that can be used in the laboratory, just to illustrate that we have a lot of possibilities with sizes ranging from 0.1 millimeter to up to 4 or 40 millimeters, even when using crushed coal. And if you look here at the sedimentological dimensionless diameter, you see that we can cover also a wide range of sizes with equivalent natural sediments of all the range. So this gives even the possibility to reproduce the complete sieve curve with plastic materials. And further, we could also manipulate this sedimentological diameter in the laboratory by changing the temperature of the water. So here we see the dependence of the water viscosity and density on the temperature. So we built a system in the laboratory to set temperatures between 5 and near 60 degrees. And with that, I plotted here the dependency of D star on temperature, so the sedimentological dimensionless grain diameter. And we see that if we move from 5 to 60 degrees, we can change the behavior of the same material to be equivalent or correspond to a sand in water at 20 Celsius degrees. That changes a lot. So we move from about 1 millimeter at 5 Celsius degrees here to 2 millimeters. So we can double the sand that we are representing in the model just by manipulating the temperature. So it's an important effect if we move in the artificial range between 5 and 60 degrees. Of course, these are not natural conditions. These are simulation conditions for the model. So some classical questions that were not typically answered with the classical modeling theory where, for instance, the scour depths. Here we have the classical erosion after a protection. The original bed level in the picture is set was here, and we represented in a geometric scale 1 to 20 the prototype sediment that was gravel between 1.2 and 12 centimeters, and the model sediment corresponded to medium sand to gravel. And what we see here is scour depths that in the model corresponded to 10 meters. We applied all the known formulas, scour formulas for this situation, and we obtained results that ranged between 2.4 and 25 meters. So this is the typical situation for an engineering problem. We need to give the dimension or to estimate the scour depths, and we obtain this wide range of possible results. And our models told 10 meter scour, so this engineering solution, by the way, was to build a sheet pile wall foundation of 10 meters in depth. There was not recommended to put there some rock protection to the bed. In a similar case, for the design of a fishway, we see here the migration corridor intended for salmonids with boulders and a gravel bed that corresponds to the section that will be flooded during high waters, as is shown in the picture on the right. Again, the prototype sediment had a wide range from sand granules to boulders, and here we scaled the gravel and boulders geometrically, but the sand was scaled using the D-star criteria, and the sand present in the prototype was represented by plastics that are yellow in this picture, so that deposition areas were also identified, but more importantly, the stability of the boulders in the migration corridor was verified also for the high water events. So it's important here that the critical conditions for the transport of the sediments that were intended to favor the fish passage were not reached or overpassed during the high water events. In another kind of problems related to reservoir sedimentation, we tested in two different cases, both located in Chile. One is the Villarricca Dam, and the other one is the Duqueco River in the dam Las Juntas. Both cases are very similar. Here we see the location in Chile, and in these aerial photographs, we see the situation of the Villarricca River previous the construction of the dam. This is a river with a lot of sand and gravel. And after the dam, here we see the formation of the typical delta kind of bar, and the river confined to this part of the valley. In case of Duqueco River, we see here some pictures from downstream to upstream of the dam. This is from upstream to downstream, so this is part of the reservoir with a lot of gravel and boulders. And close to the dam, also upstream, we see a lot of sand settled in the reservoir area. So this deposition, this deposition of sediment, of course, is needed to be reduced, because that volume could be used for the storage of water and in this case hydropower generation. So the gravel and boulders were simulated in the laboratory by fine gravel, and the sand was simulated by this plastic sediment. And we see here the similitude between the prototype and the model. The model built also the zones where the sediment were deposited, and especially the bar composed mostly by gravel, and also the zones where the sand went into. It was also possible to quantify the amount of sediment in order to make some recommendations in this direction to make some dredging of this material. Here we see also the similitude between the prototype. This is an aerial photograph of the Villarricca, and this is the delta that formed in the physical scale model, and also the height of these deposits of sediments near to the dam. This is again the field and the model. So if we go into a more complicated problem, which is the local scour around some obstacles, we also tested this idea. The problem is more complicated because the flow field is more complicated. We have a horseshoe vortex that develop around an obstacle in the flow. So we introduce here, for the specific case of the bridge pier, the bridge pier diameter, also the time, and the scour depth. So basically the same dimensionless parameters that we saw already, and additionally we have the scour depths and some time parameter in order to capture the time scale. After some manipulation, we can combine the Reynolds number with the Shields parameter, which is also a kind of densimetric fruit number, and we obtain the dimensionless sedimentological diameter, D star, that I showed previously. And following Bagnold, we can further manipulate these parameters in order to define a dimensionless flow work, which is the energy that we assume that is being transferred to work out the bed, to scour in this case. So we hypothesize that the scour depth is a function of this dimensionless flow work, is replacing somehow the Shields parameter, the dimensionless grain parameter, and the size of the obstacle in relation to the sediments. We try to set similitude of all these parameters. Okay. And we deduced also a possible solution for the time scale. We made some experiments. Just important here from this slide, we used 3 different flumes of different sizes with different sands and plastic materials to compare sand, the behavior of sand and plastic, in this case polystyrene, to test the time scale and also the equilibrium scour. And here we see some results combining 4 experimental series with different materials, sand in black and in gray the plastic material, having both the same sedimentological diameter, and we see that for the same flow work, the same scour depth was obtained in both experimental series. Basically, the sand here was half in size than the sand here. And we see that the correspondence with the plastics is very, very good. And the time scale was also well predicted. We see here the line of perfect agreement. Here we see the time scale observed, measured, and here the time scale that was computed. And interestingly, we see that in some situations we can have that the model is faster, scours faster than the prototype. In other situations, we see that the model scours slower than the prototype. The last slide is another experiment on critical critical sediment transport. And here we manipulated the temperature in the laboratory. We see the Shields experiments in gray, in black our experiments, and here you see that for the same sediment of 0.7 millimeters, but at different temperatures, 6 degrees and 53 degrees, we can change the critical condition and always following the Shields curve. So this is also a good possibility if you control the temperature in the laboratory. That's it. I think I can stop here. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, while they transition the mysterious microphone attachment.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our next talk will be Frederick from
The same lab as Alain.
And looking at, I'll move away from that one, bed load tracing through time, mental analysis, looking at RFID tags, and looking into the future with some high frequency tags and what possibilities there are for those.
Thank you. It works. You hear me? Okay. So, good morning, everyone. First, I would like to thank Hernan, Luca, and Christian for giving me the possibility to be here today in this fantastic place, and also for the organization of this conference. So, my topic today will be bed load tracing with RFID, which is a topic of great interest for me, since I started to use these tags in the French Alps many years ago with Margot Chapuis in this room. She was a master student at that time. And so my objective today is to give a kind of overview of 20 years of field and laboratory experiments with this technology. And I get some help from French colleagues in this work. So Hervé, Mathieu, and Fanny get also involved in many field and lab experiments, but also methodological development with this technology. So we try to put together our own results with the important scientific production on this topic to make a kind of review. So, bed load tracing is a long-standing approach of bed load transport, and the stochastic vision of bed load transport was initiated by Einstein in the late 1930s, and the first field experiment with tracers date back to the 1960s with notably it appears notably in New Mexico with the painted rock experiment in Desert Stream by Luna Leopold. So it's a long story. But one of the main interests of tracers is that bed load transport can be theoretically determined from physical variables describing random grain motion. That's a very important point. But tracers can be also very useful for addressing other topics related to bed load transport, such as the downstream finding of river channels, the propagation of sediment waves, or interaction between bed load transport and channel morphology. So it is classic, in fact, to find reviews on bed load tracing in a previous gravel bed river conference, at least since the second one in 1985. And the last one was proposed by Marwan Hassan and Nathan Bradley in Japan. And they came to the conclusion here that we are still in need of a technology for the real-time tracking of grain which work in a wide range of natural conditions. So maybe this is still true today, but development of RFID surely helped to get closer to this ultimate goal or tracking solution. So let's see what happened with RFID since this last review. So the emergence of RFID in bed load tracing dates back to the early 2000s with two very nice field experiments, one in a small desert stream of Arizona and one in a small boulder bed stream of Quebec. And both show recovery rates above 80% for a large population of deployed tracers, above 100. So soon as after these very interesting results, RFID rapidly replaced painted and magnetic stone and became, in fact, the reference technology for bed load tracing. And this is due to many decisive advantages of RFID since they provide low cost, small size, and long life tracers that can be remotely detected and identified once buried in the sediment. And this is a great advantage as compared to magnets, which can only be identified after excavation of river channel, which is very time consuming. So you have here the time evolution of the number of seeded magnetic and RFID tracers over time, where we can clearly see that a disruptive technological step occurred with RFID. And we can estimate that during the last 20 years, more than 30,000 RFID tags have been injected in rivers all around the world. This is 3 times more than magnets. And so we can say, in fact, that RFID regenerates the field of bed load tracing with many new field experiments during the last decade. So many new data thanks to this technology. So our exploration of the scientific production on this topic allow us to collect 70 published papers in peer-reviewed journals since 2004. 2004, and from which we can find more than 400 reported field survey in a great diversity of fluvial environment, let's say from small boulder bed stream to large gravel bed river, including all types of climatic settings, all types of hydrological regimes. And if you look at the time evolution of this scientific production, a peak of production occurred in 2020-21. This is clearly, I think, a lockdown and a COVID effect. So if this conference would have been organized 2 years ago, we would have missed many papers, in fact. So it has been a good idea to postpone this conference. So what we did with all this scientific production is that we built a bed load tracing database, including more than 350 RFID survey, complemented by 97 magnetic survey for a total of 125 study sites. And so many of the results that I will present today are based on the analysis of this new data set. So this slide presents the two generations of RFID tags that have been used in bed load tracing. So the first generation are the famous PIT tags for passive integrated transponder. So those are low frequency tags operating without any battery. Their size are compressed between 12 and 32 millimeters, but the most commonly used are the 33 millimeters tags. The main advantage of these tags are their low cost and long lifespan, which provide a very nice tracking solution for long-term survey of big population of tracer. But the problem with these tags is their short detection range, less than 1 meter, which implies very time-consuming field survey for recovery. And another drawback is the signal collision effect, which prevents the detection of tags standing close to each other. So we can say that the optimal application domain of those tags are small stream with low bed load mobility. They have been used in large river or very active river, but the time spent in the field for recovery and the low recovery rates lead to explore other RFID solution. And the second generation are the active ultra-high frequency tags with their battery-powered signal. This is one example. So the main advantage of these tags is their long detection range and anti-collision protocol, allowing the simultaneous detection of tags at distance up to 80 meters. So this is a great advantage for large river with high bed load mobility. But those tags are more expensive, so it could be a limiting factor for deploying large population. And their coin shape, design, and dimension make their insertion into natural stone more difficult. So they are generally used with synthetic stone made of concrete or other kind of mixture. So several solutions have been proposed for the detection and mapping of tags with mobile antenna. Passive tags can only be detected by scanning the channel surface with an antenna, standing as close as possible to the bottom of the bed, so which is very time consuming. This can be done by foot or by boat. But with active tags, we can have a long detection range, and tags can be mapped with a synchronized GPS and antenna signal. And the post-processing of those two signals, notably the signal strength received by the antenna, make possible the automatic mapping of the tracer cloud. And another solution is to make an airborne tracer survey, and you can use a drone equipped with carrying a mobile antenna. This is only possible with active tags. And the first test presented with this kind of survey in a wide braided channel in France show an 84% recovery rate with a drone during a flight that lasted less than 2 hours for a 500-meter reach length of a braided channel. So the paper by Mathieu Cassel presenting this result offer also some interesting data about survey time per unit area for different channel scanning solutions. And we use those numbers to revisit a PIT tag survey that we did with Margot a long time ago of a 2.2 kilometer reach, wandering reach, that took us 5 days with 2 people. It would have taken only 8 hours with 1 people if with active tags surveyed by foot, and only 2 hours with 2 people with a drone. So we now have several solutions to save a lot of time in the field for the recovery of tracers. Another possibility is to use a stationary antenna for the automatic detection of tags passing through a cross section. So if several antennae are deployed along a river reach, then you can get a direct measurement of the virtual velocity of tracers. But this has not been widely used, in fact, mainly I think because with passive tags, antenna must be deployed very close to the channel bottom with a high risk of destruction during flood. But the few reported studies using passive tags with a stationary antenna show low detection rate. They are generally less than 40%. But again, with active tags, it is possible to take advantage of the long detection range of tracers, and we can use an antenna deployed on the riverbank, a non-intrusive antenna. And the first test of this kind of device have been recently published in a 12-meter wide alpine river in France, showing a 100% detection rate. So now we have also a possibility, a solution for the monitoring of the virtual velocity of tags passing through the detection field of an antenna deployed on the riverbank. So we look at data concerning recovery rates from the scientific production, which is really a very important quality metrics of tracer survey. And on the upper diagram here, you can see the recovery rate as a function of the channel width. So we have a strong variability of results, but it is interesting to see a sharp decline of the recovery rates above a channel width of 60 meters, which can be seen as the, let's say, the upper limit of the optimal application domain of passive tags. And in the lower diagram, you see the number of recovered tracers as a function of the channel width. It is interesting to see that for large rivers where recovery rates are low, this has been compensated by the seeding of larger tracer population, because we have we do not see any trend as a function of channel width. In red, you have data concerning active tracers. We do not have so much data, but it is interesting to see that most of the recovery rates for large rivers are above 70%. So we can say that with active RFID, we have a good solution for obtaining high recovery rates, not only in small stream, but also in large rivers. So let's talk now about what I call the space-time domain of bedrock tracing and the effect of RFID on this domain. So this domain can be represented by the maximum distance of transport as a function of the survey time. And the comparison of magnetic survey in green and RFID survey in orange clearly show that this domain has been strongly stretched toward rapid dispersion by RFID. If you look at survey above maximum distance of transport of 1 kilometer, almost all of them are from RFID. The only magnetic survey with a maximum distance above 1 kilometer corresponds to long time survey. And, but some rapid dispersion were already known from early studies using tracers, notably two studies using exotic tracer, that's the 2 points in blue here, but there are not so many. So we can really say that RFID improved the exploration of fluvial environment with rapid bedload dispersion. And another interesting observation is to see that the proportion of transport-limited channel morphology increase with the propagation rate of frontrunner. And this is especially the case of braided rivers, which are systematically associated with the most rapid bedload dispersion group. And RFID clearly helps to to work in this kind of a very active environment. So we use also this data compilation to look at the relation between the maximum and the mean distance of transport. And to do that, we extracted survey for which this information is available, maximum, mean distance, but also for which we get information on the number of recovered tracers and the recovery rates. And we get the best fit between those two variables was obtained with a power law having an exponent less than 1, which means that the ratio between the maximum and the mean distance is decreasing with the mean distance, which also means that the central position of the tracer cloud is moving faster than the leading front. So a possible explanation for this is that the burial depth or the vertical mixing of tracers may be increased with the distance of transport, but we need to get data to confirm this. But so now we have this relation, and it is also interesting to see that the two quality metrics of surveys, the number of recovered tracer or the recovery rates, does not show any positive or negative residual to the best fit, which means that they do not have, in fact, have a strong influence on the slope of this relation, I guess. Okay, so effects of flow condition on mean transport distances is another topic of great interest, which has been addressed by many RFID papers. So we use this database to update empirical relation for the prediction of the mean distance of transport as a function of the stream power. So here you have the classic excess stream power law. And here you have a diagram based on the normalized stream power, and the distance of transport has been normalized by the channel grain size. We also tested a normalization by the channel width, but the best correlation was obtained with the grain size. So these results show a very strong variability of bed load mobility for a given flow condition, and this is typical, I think, from of bed load transport data collected in the field. But what is interesting here is to see that there is a gradient, a clear morphological gradient in this diagram with a stronger bed load mobility of riffle pool data set as compared to step pool, for example. And, but what is interesting, I think, is the very high variability inside the riffle pool dataset. So maybe part of this variability is related to sediment supply condition, because this dataset is comprised of very different river system with more or less active sediment sources. Another topic which is addressed in those papers are morphological control on bed load dispersion. And many datasets confirm a length scale effect on bed load dispersion, but not all. And I found interesting to compare two datasets which has been produced in a very similar fluvial environment, a wandering channel, with exactly the same strategy of tracer seedings along lines crossing low flow channels and gravel bar, exactly the same method of tracer seeding. And in the case of the British Columbia River, annual displacement are restricted to 1 riffle pool bar unit. In the case of the French River in the Alps, this distance may represent 5 to 7 times this unit. So we can have very different behavior in exactly the same channel morphology, and it's interesting to try to understand why we can have so different behaviors. So we also look at this morphological control by looking at the relation between the mean annual transport travel distances and the channel width, and to do that we extracted survey with more than 6 months of monitoring. And we found we obtained a power law confirming a length scale effect because the annual travel distances of most of the riffle pool datasets are below the typical length scale of the riffle pool bar unit, which is considered here as equal to 6 times the channel width. But if you see, many riffle pool datasets are above this limit, and it is notably the case of braided channel, which are far above this. So maybe we can say that morphological control are more or less efficient depending on sediment supply condition, but we need to test this. Okay, so RFID tags have also been widely used to test the virtual velocity approach of bedload transport. So this approach can use different formalism derived from the Einstein equation, but most of them required a field measurement of the active layer depth. But we have lots of a presentation this morning talking about this important parameter. And so several RFID solutions have been proposed to constrain this active layer depth. The first one is the RFID score chains. If several active tags are placed into columns buried into the channel like score chains, then you can have a direct measurement of the score layer without any excavation of the channel, which is a great advantage. This is an example here. And the other solution was proposed by Bruce, who is in this room. It is the wobble stone tracers, which has been specifically designed for the measurement of the boreal depth by maintaining the tag in a vertical position into the gravel. And the first field test with this tracer show that it is possible to have this measurement up to a sediment layer of 15 centimeters. Another solution is to use a formalism that does not require the active layer depth. But in this case, you need to constrain the resting time and the step length. So it is possible to do that with daily survey of passive tags, like recently demonstrated by Luca in a pro-glacial river. And you can also use the stationary antenna designed for active tags. And here is an example of data collected by this antenna, where you can see in red the signal strength received by the antenna, from which you can clearly extract period of rest and period of motion. So this is another possibility for the automatic monitoring of the virtual velocity of tags. So many RFID papers are also dealing with river management applications. So here you have different pictures illustrating the variety of topics that have been addressed. The most important ones are related to the impact of weirs or dams on sediment continuity. A lot of studies also related to the effect of sediment replenishment for the restoration of channel morphology. But we also have some example of fish spawning restoration or riffle pool restoration in altered channel. I think one good example of RFID application is the case of the gravel augmentation of the Old Rhine River in France. 23,000 of cubic meters of gravel were re-injected here to stop channel incision below a dam, and a big population of tracers have been injected into the replenished sediment to reconstruct the sediment wave propagation over time. And what you can see here is that during the first year after the replenishment, a translation of the sediment wave occurred, and after 4 years, this sediment mass fragmented with a preferential deposition on riffles, which has been seen as a positive effect on aquatic habitat diversity in this case. And to finish, few words about some key challenges that we considered as strategic on these topics for the next year. The first one is related to the optimization of field protocol and information from bed load tracing dataset. We still need to save time in the field for recovery while maintaining high recovery rates, so more research is needed to achieve this challenge. The second one is related to the use of tracers as a tool for bed load monitoring. This is especially important for rivers in which bed load sampling is almost impossible during flood, like for example braided rivers. So I presented many examples of application of active RFID for such rivers. So we hope that new field experiments will come in very active braided river with this technology. The third key challenge is a call for more integrated studies between bed load transport and channel morphology. This can be done by coupling, for example, bed load tracing with other monitoring approach like topographic differencing. This can be a good way to address this challenge. And the last point is related to data sharing for the meta-analysis of bed load tracing experiments. The database provided here is a first step, but we need to keep going on in this direction just to take advantage of the huge collective effort of data production in the field with all those tracers that has been injected in rivers all around the world. Thank you for your attention. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you to both our speakers, and we'll open it up to questions.
Thank you very much for your presentations. Margot Chapuis from University of Nice. So I have a question for Frédéric. What about this data set of RFID studies? Do you think it's possible to be an open data set at some point, like that the international community could access this?
If the paper would be accepted for publication, the database will be provided as a supplementary material of the paper. But I think one important thing will be an important point will be the updating of this database over time. So I don't know how to deal with that, but surely if we really want to maintain this over time, we need to update it. And you will see also with the database there are lots of missing data, in fact, for many surveys. So this is also an invitation to all the authors who are concerned by who produce data to help us filling those gaps which are present in the database.
You don't get two microphones.
I have a question for you. Working with fine sediment in the flume is very complicated, it's very challenging. And you did not mention cohesion, the problem of cohesion. How do you deal with that when you work with very fine sediments?
Yeah, we avoided the use of fine sediments with cohesion in the flumes. So
you exclude that, okay. Yeah. Because it's a big problem. How do you take that into account?
It is. In the past, I conducted some research on scouring in cohesive sediment, and it was a completely disaster. We had to change the pipes after all.
You don't have a solution for me, so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Change all the pipes. Bruce.
Yeah, I have a question for Fred, following up on Margot's. I'm just wondering, in the database, is it just the information out of the papers, or have you been able to gather more raw data, like particle positions?
I would say 80% of the information are from papers, but I get also some direct information from personal communication with some of the authors to fill some gap, but I could not get in contact with all the authors. So yeah, I think maybe 80% is based on information delivered on papers.
it would be valuable, I think, to gather not only the reported values, but also the raw position data over time to be able to reanalyze or do different types of analysis.
And another very interesting information, which is not presented in the database, are the hydrological time series. I think this is a very important data to share, just to test also other way, for example, of evaluating the water energy related to the dispersion, instead of just considering the peak discharge or the peak stream power, I think.
Sure. Okay. I did have a question for you as well, related to the size. I know for the fine sands, you're modeling them as larger plastics, correct? But mixed with the gravel as now sand. So the sizes would be relatively similar now between the lighter plastics and the denser particles. So of course that introduces another scaling problem, like the pocket geometry and the hiding, and so does that affect the results, you think, the hiding and protrusion? You know, we talked about protrusion.
Yes, definitely. So when we use these plastics that are in this size range of the sands or even gravels, but representing finer sediments in the model, we have those scale effects that you mentioned. So we performed also additional experiments that I didn't show on the fractional transport. So mixing several of those plastic sediments, having also larger particles representing finer sediments in the model. And we observe some separation that is not naturally observed also in the prototype. So yeah, if you want to look at those processes in a smaller scale, this will be a problem. Yeah, definitely a restriction.
Okay, we're going to take one here, and then we have one online.
Yes, question for Oscar. I very much enjoyed the flume experiment presentation there, but I'm wondering, have you considered moving objects? So, for example, modeling things like trees and vegetation, maybe even ice blocks during high flow events where there's dynamic scour. So I know from a lot of engineering perspectives, fixed structures and critical infrastructures really, that's the priority. But often during some of these very high magnitude events, we have unusual objects traveling down rivers which might generate these things. So I wonder if that's something that had been done, or whether you've considered doing it.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think it's a very interesting topic. I haven't conducted any experiments in that direction. Floating objects would introduce additional restrictions to the modeling techniques. I know that there is a body of research published in relation to the modeling of large woody debris, but myself, I haven't conducted any. I don't have any experience with that. Yeah.
No, thanks. Thank you.
And once again, reading for Peter Wilcock in my life. He's online, and he wants to know, what are the prospects for the smaller active tracers? It would be useful to trace 22 to 32 millimeter grains.
Yeah, I totally agree with this. This is one limit of the tracers, that the size, which is still too large, especially for the smallest grain size, which are transported as bed load. So as you see, the lowest pit tags that can be used is 12 millimeters. But one of the problems with these tags is that the detection range is even shorter. It's maybe a few centimeters. Margot, you did some tests in the lab with this. It's 20 centimeters. So the smaller is the tag, the more difficult it is to locate it and to recover it. So, but with the I'm not electronic engineer, but RFID tags are becoming less and less, more and more smaller and less expensive over time with increasing the distance of detection. So we hope that we can find some technological possibilities for this point in the future.
Okay, and then I'll be over there.
Another question about RFIDs and the recovery rates that you reported were some of them quite low, and curious more if you've looked into what are kind of the biases or reasons for low recovery. Like, is it because some are traveling out of the steady reach, or they're really small that they get lodged, embedded somewhere? And what is the lowest recovery rate that you would still trust the data to draw conclusions of relationships with size or something else?
Interesting question. The cause of tracer loss, there are several causes. Like you say, you can have a spreading, long distance spreading above, outside of the steady reach. You have also the burial depth. You can have also the problem of signal collision. If several tags are moving close, are depositing close to each other, then with the antenna it would not be possible to detect all of them. So that's the problem of clustering of tracers. So yeah, different, but as you can see, the general rule is that the larger is the river, the more difficult will be to recover the tracer. So maybe this is related to the difficulty of scanning of all the channel surface. The burial depth also may be more important. So yeah, many different causes for that. And concerning recommendation for the recovery rates, it is difficult to provide some numbers. What is important is really to look not only at the recovery rate, but also the number of recovered tracers that you get. Because, for example, in large river, even if recovery rates are low, the number of recovered tracers is around the same as the one that you get with a small stream. So, and we all know that the number of tracers is important for the statistic quality of the data that you will produce, for example, the mean travel distance or things like that. So we really we need to look at not just one quality metrics, but many others.
Marcel Liedermann from Boku University, Vienna. I would also have a question to Frederick. I would be interested in the upper limit of the river size in terms of the active RFID tracers, as I have made a study with radioacoustic tracers at the Danube, and we needed around 500 meters of detection distance to get them quite good, because the river is around 400 meters wide, and you have to search a lot if it's below this level. So would you think that maybe with the drones it would be possible to get a possibility for such large rivers?
Yeah, I think the most important limiting factor is the water depth, because the data I presented, 80 meters of detection range is on the air. It's for exposed areas, or just if your tracers is buried under a dry sediment layer. But if you have water, then the distance of detection is around 2 to 3 meters. Because the problem with the ultra high frequency tags is that the signal is the energy of the signal is absorbed in water. So I think that's one of the main limiting factor for using active tags, notably in large river where you have a very important water depth of water. Like, for example, the river where you use radio transmitter.
So I think it would then be the only possibility, because we have this 500 meters with around 4 to 5 meters water depth.
But radio transmitter are much more expensive.
You are totally right.
So maybe you can get only a few tens of tracers.
Yeah.
So
You'll find them all. Okay. Oh.
I was surprised to not see braiding rivers in your when you compared the morphologies.
Yeah, it is.
No, in your figures I was.
Which
step
one?
pools,
it's a multi-thread. It's the multi-thread riffle pool data set.
Okay, but there is a figure where you compare. Yes, this one maybe.
This one.
Riffle pool. Ah, okay. Braiding rivers are in multi-thread. Okay, okay.
Multi-thread riffle pool.
And I have a second, it was a comment, when you compare the maximum length with the length,
yeah.
Which figure, I don't remember. So this one, yes. Actually, the uncertainty for the forefront tracers is very big, actually. Because you don't really know if tracers are maybe far away, or...
Yeah, that's why I put the recovery rate here.
Ah, okay.
Because with the recovery rate, if it's close to 100%, then it means that your maximum distance of transport is
Okay.
very good. But what is interesting is that to see that even low recovery rates, they are not very you know, there is not a strong positive or negative residual even for low recovery rates. So it means that sometimes even trace data set with low recovery rates, you can have maybe a good estimate of the maximum dispersion. This is something that has been shown, for example, in the study of the Rhine River, where it's a large river, so the recovery rate was low, around 30%. But if the tracer cloud is represented is compared to the sediment wave propagation, which has been reconstructed by topographic differencing, then you can see exactly the same pattern of dispersion.
Hello.
I have a question that builds upon Alan's question. Your previous slide that you just had up, in the distance versus the stream power. Yeah. Do you think if you corrected that excess stream power for the effects of roughness in step pool channels, that would move the step pool data to the left? So if you're only using the portion of the stream power that's acting on the sediment rather than that acting on the like boulders and wood that might be in those channels, then you would see less of a difference?
Yeah, maybe it's a good point. We need to test that. But what is interesting is to see that if you consider the normalized stream power, so here you consider the channel grain size as a normalization factor, then you can see that the step pool is still the mobility of the step pool is still lower than for the riffle pool. But
if I guess I'm wondering about the numerator of that equation. If it's the stream power only, the D50 is for the
maybe we can test for this with some hydraulic computation. But I'm not sure that we will have all the necessary information to look at that for.
No, it was more of a curiosity question.
Take out step forming grain size.
So just a quick question about this last graph. When you use the D50, is it the D50 of the tag or the D50 of the river?
The channel.
It's the D50 of the channel. Yeah. Okay. Because maybe you have indeed some different behavior, because as you said that the D50 of the tag is much larger than the D50 of the river.
Yeah.
Okay, so while you contact your step pool authors.
Yeah.
Anyway, I have a question.
Thank you, Joanna. No,
Thank you for the good
yeah, thank you for the. We have a coffee break now. I was told to tell you that if you register as a vegetarian, you have to go to the counter and ask for, because so no vegetarians don't eat the vegetarian plate, and you get something to eat too. So coffee break, and then we come back for the next session. Thank you, everybody, and thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone, for being here at the moment. We're going to start with the third session of the workshop. If you realize today we have had the three different approaches to tackle physical aspects, field observations, experiments, and now the third leg is, I won't say the most important one, it's also numerical simulations. And we have two great speakers today with us. We're going to start with Annunziato Siviglia from Trento. And please, the floor is yours, Annunzio.
So thanks, Christian. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers to invite me here to present my work. And then I also congratulate them for the perseverance in organizing this conference, despite all what happened in the last few years. And I work at the University of Trento, and today will, let me check if everything's working fine. So I will talk a bit of chaos, and the effect of chaos on long-term prediction of fluvial morphology. In the last, since 2015, we start developing models, numerical models for river morphodynamics, taking into account the vegetation dynamics. And we use the model to advance our understanding of physical processes, and also the final goal would be to predict fluvial morphology. And then what we have done, we focus mainly on how to improve predictions. With the group of people that you find here, so Walter Bertori and Laria Cunico, you can find them here in the audience, and Henk Dijkstra from University of Utrecht and Francesco Carponi from ETH Zurich, we try to understand, instead of improving predictions, we try to understand if predictions are possible. This is the outline of my presentation. First of all, I have to do a short introduction on deterministic chaos. And then I will present the 1D, the one-dimensional ecomorphodynamic model, and then I will present the setup that we investigated. Then I'll present the results of the 1D full model, and then with some results on the time horizon predictability, and then I will simplify the 1D model passing to a 0D model to understand which kind of chaos is in action. And then I will draw some conclusions. So let me start from a deterministic, what is a deterministic system? So deterministic system or deterministic models are models where, based on physical laws, the physical laws are translated in differential equations, and then they can be solved. And this is an example of a pendulum, a simple pendulum. And the pendulum is based on applying the Newton's second law. We derive an ordinary differential equation, and then we solve the ordinary differential equation. For solving it, we need the initial position and velocity. So we need initial conditions, essentially. And then, if we know that, we can determine the future position of this mass here. In this case, the solution is periodic and then is known in closed form. If we complicate a bit things, And then we consider a double pendulum with two masses here. And based on, we apply the Newton's second law, and then this time we obtain two different ordinary differential equations. And once again, if we know the initial position and the velocity, so if we know initial conditions, essentially we can determine the future position of the two masses, and then we can, in this case, differently from the previous case, so the solution is not known in closed form, but we have to find the solution using numerical analysis. And if we solve these equations, so we can find that the trajectory that described by the pendulum is aperiodic. A second aspect, which is also important, is that dependence of initial conditions. So we have 6 different runs. Someone should start the video. Can you start the video, please? Your colleague said that. OK. So here we have 6 different runs. The same double pendulum. And then you see that we start more or less from the same, conditions, more or less. And then you say that for a certain time, so the trajectories are the same. After a certain time, you see, we just start see this guy being behaving in a different way compared to the other one. Okay, it's very framed. Okay, this is the last stop. So we saw that we start from very similar. Yeah, we start from very similar initial conditions, and we end up with different trajectories. So this double pendulum is very sensitive to initial conditions. No? It's a system, it's a deterministic system, which is dependent, very sensitive to initial condition. It's also, and the trajectories are aperiodic. Now, move Lorentz. Lorentz was a mathematician at MIT, and then he can be considered the father of chaos. And then he had a model of 12 equations that he used for predicting the weather conditions. And in 1962, by chance, he found that his model was very sensitive to initial conditions. And then the solution trajectories were display an aperiodic behavior, as you can see here. He published this famous paper in 1963, and which is titled is Deterministic Non-Periodic Flow. This paper received a free citation in 6 years. Then nowadays he would have some problems in pursuing to improve his career. And now, yeah, it's one of the most famous papers with a lot of citations. After 1962, he decided to understand to which extent whether predictions are possible. Instead of improving the model, he decided to understand if it's possible to do predictions. And then to understand this, he simplified his model, was made of 12 equations, and passed to a simple model of 3 equations, where the variables are x, y, and z. And then this simple model described, contains the key ingredients which describes the convection processes in our atmosphere. This model, here we have the variable y, we have time, displays, a strong dependence on initial condition. So here we have 3 different trajectories, starting from y0 is the initial condition, very close initial conditions. Then if you plot the trajectories, we obtain the chaotic, the famous Lorentz attractor. And you see here that after 12 seconds, the solution starts to diverge. They diverge somehow. And if we take 2 different trajectories, if these trajectories diverge exponentially, so the system is displaying a chaotic behavior. This can be measured through which is called the Lyapunov exponent. A Lyapunov exponent is larger than 0, tells us that the system is chaotic. The reciprocal of the Lyapunov exponent is the Lyapunov time, and the Lyapunov time gives us the horizon predictability. It tells us that beyond this threshold, predictions are not possible. So let's move to. And this has important consequences on the weather forecast. First of all, so the community realized that even though you know an imperfect knowledge of initial conditions gives very different results. And since then, the community starts to consider or to do weather forecast using probabilistic methods. Here I show you, weather forecast in my town, here the temperature in the beginning of the year. Then you see different lines here. Each line corresponds to a run with a model with different initial conditions, okay? You see here. So they run many runs with different initial conditions, and they make an average. This white curve is an average. You see here that starting from very similar initial condition, you end up with, say, after 3 days, so the solution seems to diverge. So this is due to the chaotic behavior of the nature and on the process. So let's come to something which is close to gravel bed river conference, say, and then. But this is introductory part was necessary to understand what's come now. So at the beginning, said we develop this ecomorphodynamic model. So our goal is that we have initial condition, boundary condition, for the flow fluid, sediment transport, and vegetation. And the goal is to determine the future and how the bed responds to this initial and boundary condition. And the goal is to determine the planning altimetric response and the vegetation distribution at the ridge scale. So we use in this, we develop many models. We have a 2D, but to study, for this work, we decide to work with a one-dimensional model for, say, numerical reason, because we need to do a lot of simulations, and then we need a very fast model. Okay? That's why we use a quasi-state approximation for the flow momentum and the mass conservation. And then the hydrodynamics part is governed by the steady water surface profile equation, while the Exner equation is the one that we use for morphodynamics. The time appears only in the Exner equation. And then we solve this numerically. And then we include, we have hydrodynamics, morphodynamics, we include vegetation, okay? We include vegetation, and then our vegetation is dynamic. So, and then we include also the feedbacks between vegetation and hydromorphology, and feedback of hydromorphology to vegetation. The model is simple. So the vegetation changed the water flow, the roughness essentially, and also reduce the sediment transport. And I don't give the details on we proceed here. Yeah, but the procedure is the same that we use in previous work. Then hydromorphology essentially has an effect on vegetation. The one that we consider here is the plant removal by uprooting. So we describe the vegetation as a biomass B, which is a dimensionless quantity. Then the above ground biomass has an effect on flow resistance and shear stress, while the roots are described through the roots length. This is zeta of uprooting. And then this is related to, or somehow describe how vegetation is removed. I will come back to this in a minute. Vegetation growth. So our vegetation is dynamic. Vegetation can grow. And it grows through a logistic function. The logistic function, sigma represents the time scale of vegetation growth, while K is the carrying capacity, is the maximum vegetation biomass that can be reached asymptotically. This is the behavior. Here we have B divided K, and then you have the dimensionless time. So you see that this is the behavior of the logistic function. It grows until and this ratio is 1. Okay? And we define this time TV, which is the time needed for vegetation with the largest sigma that we consider, sigma equal 1, to reach the 90% of the carrying capacity. The smaller the sigma, you see, the slower the growth. Vegetation is removed in gravel bed river. Is quite known that uprooting occurs as a consequence of a riverbed erosion. And then our model works in this way. We are in a single cell. We describe our river with cell. In each cell, we check if the erosion during a flood process reaches the length of the roots. If the erosion exceeds the length of the roots, we set the biomass to 0. Then we investigated, as we done previously in other works, a river ridge that has a vegetation patch in the middle. Essentially, the presence of this vegetation patch change the roughness, change the sediment transport, and then gives rise to bed deformation or bed in which you have an increase of the slope where you have the vegetated patch, and then you have scour here in the downstream part. The flow is from left to right, and then we have a deposition in the upstream part. This scour, if when the zeta uprooting is achieved, so vegetation is removed. How does it work? I give you a schematic illustration of the model. So we have here we have the discharge, and here we have time. So we have low flow periods and floods. And then we use a very long sequence of them. And here, so during low flow periods, vegetation can grow and reaches this value, which is B+. During the flood event, there are the riverbed change, and then we have uprooting. So, and then some of the vegetation or depend on the conditions, is removed. And then we pass from B plus to B minus. Then we have a second low flow period, and vegetation starts from this condition and then it grows again. And then we proceed like that. I have to mention that this is not in scale, this scheme, because vegetation growth usually occurs on longer scale, much longer scale than the floods. So this could be 6 months, and this could be 1 day, and the duration of the flood. This is so what we will see now in the plots that we will present. Here we have B minus, then vegetation grows, and then it goes to 0 in this case, and goes to B minus. Vegetation is removed, so the flood is concentrated in a very short region. These are the results that we get. And I plot the results with sigma equals 0.8. And we plot biomass in time, so this is a trajectory of the biomass. You see that vegetation grows and then grows until a certain value and then drops to 0. This is a typical periodic behavior. And then you see here, this is the attractor in this case. If we go to sigma equals 0.2, we have a chaotic behavior. So essentially, we run 3 different simulations, slightly changing the initial conditions. And then we end up with different solutions at each time. And then here, this is the attractor in this case. If we do this work for every sigma, so we change sigma, and then essentially the periodic case is here. So you see here we plot B plus only, so this means that we plot all these points, and then you see it's always the same. So you repeat, so the flood events, and then you always end up with the same solution. The chaotic behavior that I showed you before was sigma 0.2, and then here we plot B plus, so we plot all these points. So and then you see that we have an aperiodic behavior. To quantify the time scale or the horizon, the time horizon, we had to quantify the Lyapunov exponents that I mentioned before. The Lyapunov exponents in all these regions is positive. This means that these behaviors here, these regions are chaotic. Here you see the Lyapunov time in terms of number of floods. And you see that the time horizon varies between 1 and 4 in this case. This tells us that simulation cannot be run for a long time. In river, in rivers, when we have vegetation and riverbed evolution, so an important parameter is the ratio between the erosion processes and the vegetation resistance. We derive a parameter. So the disturbance. So it's the condition is a balance, or the river morphology depends on the balance of disturbance and resistance. The disturbance is essentially the strength of the erosion process. And then in this case, essentially, we evaluate the volume here, and then we divide per the length of the erosion, and then we end up with what we call delta ZB, which is, an average erosion. If we compare this with the resistance, which is given the resistance of vegetation to be removed, that is given by the length of the roots, and then we obtain this, say, ratio that gives us information about the strength of the erosion process on the roots resistance. As expected, the chaotic behavior that we derived before is for a value which is of order 1, 2.9 of this ratio. If this ratio is much smaller than 1, this means that, for example, the roots are very deep. We end up with a fully vegetated condition. For any sigma gives me always the same result. On the contrary, if, say, the erosion process is very strong, we end up with a bare soil. Vegetation is completely removed. So we can conclude that we have chaos when the ratio between the disturbance and the resistance is of order of 1. So what we have done so far is we have seen that the ecomorphodynamic order is chaotic, and the predictability horizon is limited to few floods. Okay? Now, to better understand the type of chaos that we have, or we try to study which are the root to chaos. So the root to chaos is essentially tells us how a periodic trajectory can become chaotic, essentially. And there are, how this can become chaotic, okay? This means there are general rules for that, okay? So the system, in dynamical system, have a specific but general, say, root to chaos. So to do that, these are the steps that we have done. So first of all, we simplified our 1D model in this way. So this is the situation, the start of the flood. We have biomass. At the end of the flood, the slope changed and some biomass is removed. Then we let vegetation grow, and the vegetation, see, it grows in this way. So this part where vegetation remains is larger than what we get here. And at this point, we average the biomass. And then we use this averaged biomass here. And we also reset the slope to the initial slope. This was done because we want to mimic, because we had in mind the 0D model, which is done like that. So we have, say, control volume here, which we have biomass here. Vegetation, the sediment flux depends on the biomass that we have here. From this control volume, so it goes out a constant sediment flux, which is the one that we obtain using the Shields parameter of the grain. And essentially here, so these two are very similar in the sense that we don't change the slope. The slope remains always the same, and then we have only a single, only erosion. If we run simulations with the simplified model, and then we plot B minus over B plus and the ratio of the erosion and the strength of the erosion and the roots length. So we obtain this curve you see here. For different sigma, we obtain always the same behavior. So we decide, so this allows us to model the uprooting mechanism in this way, using this function which is described here. If we run the same simulations with the fully 1D model, what we get is that you see that the points are mainly on the left side of this curve that was obtained with the simplified model. So this, and then to include this behavior, so we put a parameter here, the parameter beta, and then it seems that these results suggest that the effects that we neglected during our, say, simplifications can be taken into account considering a beta which is larger than 1, so this curve, essentially. This is one of the results that we get. The root to cause is a period doubling. What does it mean? So we plot B plus here, sigma here. Here, the solution is periodic. We have only one solution. Once we arrive here, so we start to have 2 solutions. And then when we arrive here, we have 4 solutions. This is the root to cause. So the way in which, say, a periodic, solution becomes aperiodic. It goes in this way. Here we plot also the Lyapunov coefficient, which is 0 in the correspondence of bifurcations, and then is positive from here on. And then also the value is smaller than 1. Finally, we have checked the chaos intensity. Yeah. Finally, okay, we plot the lambda max, okay, the maximum Lyapunov exponents as a function of the ratio measuring the strength of the erosion and the resistance of the roots. And then we found that if this ratio is smaller than 1, as expected, we don't have chaos. And if this value is of order 1, we see here that this value, we have the lambda max is smaller than 1. This suggests that if this is of order 1, the time horizon is always of few floods. Okay? We change here, the different curves correspond to different values of the parameters of the 0D model that I presented before. Finally, we can conclude. So what we found is that deterministic chaos is intrinsic in the interaction between riverbed evolution and vegetation dynamics. Second, these results means that we cannot perform long-term predictions. And the predictability horizon is limited to a few floods. Third, similar to what is done for weather forecasts, there is the need of use probabilistic methods for doing simulations. And finally, this is the result that we get with our model. What about nature? So a new challenge for field observations and also for laboratory experiments, because we need a new spatially and temporal enriched data to understand if also nature is chaotic or is not chaotic. Okay? This is a recent paper in which they discuss about that. So thanks for your attention. I conclude my presentation here.
Thank you very much, Nunzio. We're going to continue then we're going to have the questions at the end with the next presenter, Dr. Kevin Flora from Stony Brook He's going to talk about high-resolution LES simulations of turbulent flows and sediment. All right. Hey, there we go.
How about now? I can hear it now. Okay, we could have the slides up. There we go. Okay, I guess we're afternoon now. Good afternoon. Yeah, my name's Kevin Flora. I'm from Stony Brook University. I want to acknowledge my co-author, Ali Krosonjad. Title of my talk is Uncertainty Quantification in Modeling High Fidelity Cases, Simulations of Natural Rivers, focused on the vegetation effects on that. Outline of my talk, I guess I need to explain my motivation a little bit, and then I'll talk some about the code that we use, a couple of different approaches for how we've incorporated vegetation into the model, and it's going to focus on a case study site, and then I'll go into the UQ part of it and show you some results. So I guess the background is that while I'm at Stony Brook University, I've actually been employed by the California Department of Transportation for like almost 35 years now, almost 30 of that in hydraulics, looking at bridges falling down or trying to prevent them from falling down. And that's what led me into trying to come up with improved methods for simulations of rivers as well as the scour at bridge structures. And in this case, it led me to Stony Brook University and their code. While I'd hoped as a PhD student there to work on scour, I got kind of sidetracked down the path of vegetation. So anyway, I want to just point out a few obvious things. That modeling rivers in high definition, high fidelity is challenging for lots of reasons, among which is the complex bathymetry, complex structures like strange-looking bridge piers, but I'm again focusing on the vegetation part, which is also very complicated. So what's typically done is, in the first case here, high fidelity models rarely, if ever, consider the vegetation directly. Lower resolution models, 1D, 2D models like that, yeah, we can include that in Manning's values and things like that, but when you start modeling with LES or URANs, people haven't done that. And I'm going to show two ways that we've incorporated that. One is by discretizing individual trees into the model, which is very tedious, time-consuming, but it's worthwhile to see the effects. Secondly, we can also incorporate what was a vegetation model just to extract out momentum from the simulation or from the velocity or momentum. And just to point out the importance, if we look at this case at the top where flow is coming from right to left and looking at the downstream cross-section, you can see what happens between whether we include vegetation or not. We get much higher velocities incorporated in the center of the channel. It's kind of intuitive what you'd expect, and obviously a huge decrease in the velocities over on the banks. So it's pretty obvious from the simulation that though this top image looks really nice, if you don't incorporate the key elements of the nature into the simulation, you're just end up with nice pictures that don't necessarily reflect reality or close to reality. And so the objective of this presentation, though, is to try to narrow down what is the confidence level we can have in a large eddy simulation of a natural river. And I'm focusing on these three parameters. Obviously, there's many more complex parameters, but looking at inflow discharge, looking at bed roughness characteristics, and then, of course, the vegetation resistance. If you want more details, there's 3 papers there that have been published focusing on this. The code that was used, just real quickly, it's called VFS Geophysics, stands for Virtual Flow Simulator. And one of the important parts of it, it uses a curvilinear immersed boundary method. And that's how we can include these complex shapes of bridge piers, channel bathymetry, and in my case, trees into the model. You can read some other things about it. A couple things that are kind of important. Oops. For this case, again, it can handle turbulence in a few different ways. I'm using LES in my talk here. We can model the water-air interface, and I'll show you an example of that using level set method, although most of what I'm going to show you was using a rigid lid case, but we did also do it with level set. It can do things like fluid structure interaction. I'll show an example of that. Sediment transport, unfortunately I didn't get to that really, but anyway, and it's fully parallelized with MPI. So looking at vegetation, the first method was resolving tree-like structures. I didn't go out and scan all the trees that were at our site, obviously, but using open source software Blender, I created a couple of different artificial tree shapes. You can see one of them here. And these shapes were then duplicated and randomized by size and location where they were put, and also their orientation in terms of their rotation. But really that's too complicated a shape as well, because the model for a large-scale river can't handle, it's not fine enough to resolve these fine branches, so really just the lower portion of the trunk and the major limbs were included in the model. This is the study site, and I'm going to show you that what I'm modeling is really just what's going on in the main channel of the river, even though there is an overbank here, levied on this side, but the overbank here, we're only looking really what's going on in the main channel. So we're interested in the trees that are along both of the banks. In this first method, we put 1,900 trees along the banks, kind of like this. And we used just the spatial orientation of where these trees roughly were. They're not precisely placed there, but just where the clusters were. This is just kind of a nice image showing what that would look like if there was no water in the channel, with these synthetic looking trees and some bridge piers in the picture there. And this shows you kind of how they looked at one location if they were inundated by the water. You can see they're inundated at different levels based on partly the size of the tree, but also where they were located along the bank as it was flooded. And again, this one, again, just shows you the simulated trees along the banks and where they were. Yeah, so it zooms in there, you can see a little bit better. So, okay. Okay, so the immersed boundary method, again, I mentioned, was how we incorporate those trees into the simulation. And basically what we do is we take these, the domain itself of the flow is represented by these boxes, essentially, in a slice. And here's a couple of tree structures. And the way the immersed boundary method works is it classifies each of these nodes points as either being a fluid, IB, or solid node. And if it's basically if the tree itself is occupying the majority of one of those nodes or boxes or cells, then it's classified as a solid node and it's removed from the calculation of in the simulation of the flow. If it's an IB node, which is adjacent to those boundaries, it's where the boundary conditions are being applied, and obviously fluid nodes where the water's flowing. And so that it's a nice way to handle complex shapes. The second method, though, is using a vegetation model. And you can see the momentum sink equation basically here. I just want to point out two things. One is this drag coefficient C sub D, which we don't know really what is the appropriate value of C sub D, and that's part of the uncertainty quantification element of it. And the second is this frontal area density distribution, A sub F. And so the way this vegetation model works is it looks at the height of the tree, and so it's applying a different area to of resistance to the flow based on the shape of the tree or the height that the tree is in the water, inundated in the water. And on the right, you can see these areas of basically polygons created along these areas of trees, and that's where the vegetation model is being applied. So my case study site is the American River, which is in Sacramento, California, where I live. You can see that there's 4 bridge structures in this case, and the flow is coming from the bottom up in this picture. And as time would have it, I don't have much calibration data for this site because you can only be in a PhD program so long, and we went through a long drought at this time, and as we have it now, we're in a major flood condition there, and I'm down in Chile. So I guess it's good on one level and not so good for me. But anyway, looking at now at the study site, I just rotated it a little bit, so flow from the right. We're considering the 100-year flood in the main channel, and the way we came up with that was using basically a 2D model of the whole area, including the overbank, and then based on that model, estimating what the flow in the main channel was. Again, that's one more area of uncertainty, which you'll see in a moment. You can see the characteristics: 2.24 meters per second. D50 again estimated to be around 65 millimeters. So it's a cobbly channel, largely due to upstream dam that's kind of starved it of sediment, of fine sediment. The width of the channel is 140 meters and depth is 12.2 meters. Okay, so what I'm going to show you now is just some cases, some results of this being the depth average velocities at 3 cross sections in the channel for the 3 different cases. Case without trees on the top, case using the 1900 resolved trees in the middle, and then the vegetation model at the bottom. You can see again, these white areas reflect where the vegetation model was applied. So we can, just quickly looking at that, you can see obviously there's a lot more red in both the vegetation and resolved tree case, meaning higher velocities in the center of the channel, and a lot more dark blue, meaning low velocities near banks. But if we zoom in a little bit, I think let me see here. I think he's going to have to do. Oh, I can do it. Okay, good. So looking at the downstream cross section, again, you can see the blue being the case without any vegetation incorporated, similar to what I showed you before. Much lower velocity in the center of the channel. Both the 2 ways of incorporating vegetation increased that significantly and basically dampened out all the velocities near the banks. If we look at the next cross section, hopefully, back up. In the center, we see almost the same effect, a closer correlation between the 2 different vegetation models in terms of what it did to the flow in the center here of the channel. And then the upstream cross section actually is going through a pier, is why this is so low. But again, we're noticing the same basic effect. It's the same story, basically, that we're redistributing flow from the banks into the center of the channel, increasing velocities there. Okay, next, if we look at this kind of more in a case of how much difference is it making, this is essentially the percent difference over here. So we're reducing in both cases. Again, this is the case where we subtracted or looked at the difference caused by resolving the trees. This, at the bottom one, the difference caused by the vegetation model. You can see roughly, I would say generally a 30% increase in velocity in the middle of the channel from the resolved tree case, slightly higher than that even in the main channel. I mean in the vegetation model case, with roughly 100% reduction almost along most of the banks. I just put this one here, so now we're looking at a series of cross sections through that, just to show that these velocity changes are seen throughout the entire flow depth of the flow, not just at the surface or anything. Now this one shows out of plane vorticity, and this is where these two approaches differ significantly. So now we're seeing in the no tree case, just obviously the piers are causing some vorticity, and that's true for all of them. But along the banks, we're seeing some shear action and some vorticity. But when we resolve the trees, obviously we now see each tree causing some level of coherent turbulent structures being shed from each of those trunks or branches, whereas in the vegetation model, it more or less just completely dampens out what's going on at the bank. Next is the turbulent kinetic energy. This is, zoom in here at the downstream section. So there's actually this sharp, relatively sharp bend here at the downstream edge. And without dampening out any of this turbulence here, we actually see a very large spike in the turbulent kinetic energy with the case with no trees. But in the case with trees, both vegetation models dampen that out. But what's also interesting is adjacent to where the trees are, there is a shear layer generated, and that's causing an increase in turbulent kinetic energy. So just away from the bank in compared to the case without trees. Looking at the center cross section, oops, too far, too fast. Again, we see this large increase in turbulent kinetic energy adjacent to the banks in the two vegetation models. And again, up by the piers in section CC, again, a large increase in turbulent kinetic energy in the center of the channel. So, again, I'm just making my case that you get very, very different results if you consider vegetation in here. The last point is the bed shear stress, which very closely resembles what we saw with the velocity changes. Again, looking here, you can see this going from roughly 4 pascals up to like 6 based on what's happening here in the redistribution of the flow into the channel. And again, great reductions on the sides. There's a little bit of delay there. Okay, again, same type of story in the center of the channel. So it's fairly consistent what it's doing in terms of increasing bed shear stress near the banks. I'm sorry, near the center of the channel and killing it along the banks. And it's not clicking. Oh, this is a little delay there. Okay, and a little bit less of an effect here, but still same story. Okay, so now let's skip that slide just for time. We'll point out here. Here was the level set case showing the other effect that's appreciable is that there's a significant increase in backwater in the model when you consider the vegetation. So this being using the vegetation model, we're seeing, almost about 0.4 meters of elevation rise in the water surface there. So that's, again, important if you're trying to model flooding along the river. Okay, so now moving to the second half, which is the UQ part. There's 3 parameters that I'm interested in. One of the parameters is the bed roughness. I mentioned there was a grain size. Obviously, there's some uncertainty as really what that grain size is, and as you all know, it depends on where you pull that value from within the channel. But even with that aside, it's not clear in terms of the model, how to model that in terms of coming up with an appropriate equivalent roughness height, whether looking at literature, we can see values anywhere between 1.5 times D50 up to 3 times D90 people have used. And so that's an element of uncertainty. Secondly, again, we didn't have field data, and there's really no way to easily calibrate this C sub D value or the drag coefficient in the model. So that's uncertain. And then, as I mentioned, we thought, we roughly came up with an approximate way of estimating the discharge in the main channel. But again, that has some arbitrary potential for maybe we put in here plus or minus 5% difference. And so using those 3 parameters, we now have 19 different cases we started with. So different ranges in there for K sub S, C sub D, and Q. And the way the uncertainty quantification worked was we basically pick a value for each of those cases for those 3 parameters. We run our model, which takes a roughly, between 4,000 and 15,000 CPU hours. So good thing for supercomputers, but it still takes a long time. And we get the results, which were mostly against velocities and shear stresses. And then we repeat that for each of the 19 cases. So we have 19 sets of parameters and results. And then using another open source software called Dakota, we can then do a polynomial chaos expansion and come up with these polynomial chaos expansion coefficients. And then these serve two purposes. One is we can generate what we call Sobel indices. I'll explain that, and I'll point that out in a moment. But basically, that gives us an idea of how much influence each of the individual parameters has on the uncertainty itself. And then also from that, now we can run many cases, in our case 10,000 Monte Carlo simulations of different ranges and combinations of those parameters in order to derive a cumulative distribution function and come up with confidence levels. And so from the first case, we're looking now at time average velocity magnitude, again at the downstream cross-section. You can see the red line being the average of those 10,000 cases, and the dashed line being the 95% confidence around those. And so you can see it varies. There's a lot right near the banks of uncertainty, and also in this region here. As far as understanding the Sobel indices, I should explain that because it's not that common. Sobel indices go from 0 to 1. 1 meaning that a particular parameter has all the influence on what's causing the uncertainty. And a 0 means it has no influence. And so what we see in this here is that, well, for most of the cross-section, it's discharge, and that uncertainty of plus or minus 5% in discharge is having the major effect on the velocity, and the uncertainty in the velocity. However, near the bank, we see that C sub D, or that vegetation component, is playing a major part of why we're getting this variation here, which does make sense. Going to the second cross-section, again, we're seeing an area near the bank that has a fair amount of uncertainty on both sides, with really fairly tight bands of uncertainty in other locations. And again, it's the same effect, that it's C sub D that near the bank and Q. Again, just noticing that the grain roughness uncertainty is not really playing much of a part in terms of that amount of uncertainty. Not to say it doesn't play a part in the result, but just in terms of the uncertainty of the result. In our third case, again, this one is, again, the same discharge, and over on the bank side, the drag coefficient. Okay, now looking at the velocity profile, just again at these three points within the channel, just to show you how that works. Again, we're seeing a fair amount of uncertainty actually throughout most of the depth. And now I've kind of rotated the Sobel indices on the bottom side so we can kind of look with depth. And you can see that in this case, discharge again is the main influence throughout, causing the uncertainty again, except near the bed, where now bed roughness becomes an important part of that. So just in the bottom, say 10% of the flow, choosing the right or the value that you pick for case of S plays a role in that uncertainty. In our second cross-section, pretty much the same story. Again, it's out in the center of the channel. The value of C sub D has basically zero effect on it. It's the other two. And in the third case, again, it's a little bit strange uncertainty here, but again, the discharge is the dominant cause of this uncertainty. Bed shear stress, a fair amount of uncertainty in the bed shear stress in the center of the channel. And this one's a little more complicated to explain because the Sobel indices cannot be just individual, but they can also show how they interact with each other. And so I'm going to first point this one out because it gets kind of messy. So K sub S, or the grain roughness by itself, looks like this. So it's having, not a lot, but a little bit of an effect on bed shear stress. But if we interact that with discharge, we get some more. Interact that with C sub D, we get some more. And then if we put them all together, we see a fairly significant role. So this means that the bed roughness, in combination with other things, is playing a decent amount of a role, up to over 80% of this uncertainty in here. If we just look at the total caused by that, it looks like this. and the total caused by the C sub D value is still more, but they're kind of on comparable levels. And you can see it's getting kind of messy. But again, discharge still plays probably the highest amount of influence on the uncertainty, but they all are contributing quite a bit in one fashion or another. Again, looking now in the center section, again, I'm just looking at the totals now. There's the bed roughness, that's the discharge, or I'm sorry, that's the vegetation drag coefficient, and there's the discharge. So I don't know, all together, again, at the last one, you can see them. It's kind of it's hard to pick one and say that's the cause of the uncertainty per se. They're all playing their role in different locations, and it's complicated. I'm throwing this slide in here partly because this is who's paying for my trip. Is my work now is being done with the Department of Energy and Atlantic Marine Energy Center, and we're working on marine hydrokinetic turbines, and it does fit into vegetation, believe it or not, even though it's a flume setting. We're looking now at also how debris or debris that's floating down the river getting stuck on these hydrokinetic turbines would influence the results of our simulations as well. And this could also be applied to bridge piers and other things too. So this is kind of our latest work. But what I wanted to just re-emphasize is the importance of first including vegetation in models, in LES models particularly. If that's not done and you're reviewing someone's work or something, you might want to be kind of skeptical of how good the results are. And then secondly, having a good idea of the uncertainty that it's caused by these input parameters, basic input parameters like discharge and grain roughness can play a big part in understanding things like bank erosion or sediment transport and scour and all of these other things, and how you might interpret that results. So that's
right. Excellent. Thank you, Kevin. We have a short time for a few questions if you guys have.
Thanks. This is a question for Nuncio, announced. Alejandro Dusayan from UKCH. I'm curious what you think from your very useful point of view of a simple 1D model, what would happen in a higher dimension? And what do you see of high chaos and entropy in 1D, and compare that with fluvial ecosystems where you see some order and entropy reduction thanks to life, thanks to colonization of bars by vegetation. What would you expect? It's kind of a five.
Okay. Thanks for your question. Actually, we had run some simulations in 2D. So first of all, I would like to point out that what we demonstrate with this simple model, that are the interactions which are chaotic. And then these interactions you also have in higher complex models, in 2D, essentially. And so the simulation that we ran, this preliminary simulation in 2D, they show also that there is very, say, sensitive dependence on the initial conditions, okay? So I don't see any reason for that simulation in higher, say, or models, more complex models that include, because they should include these processes, these interactions. So I don't see any reason because of they do not display a chaotic behavior. This is, and then our preliminary results, they suggest this. Okay? This goes in the direction. We saw already.
Additional questions?
Thank you. My name is Megan Williams from Universidad Técnica Federico Santa Maria in Valparaiso. My question is for Kevin. Interesting talk, and I am convinced that vegetation is important for models. I'm wondering if you could comment on the scales of vegetation in in needing to resolve the individual structures versus some sort of parameterization. And so thinking in terms of those of us who work in marshes or smaller types of vegetation, do I need an immersed boundary method to resolve each individual marsh stem, or is there some sort of, is there an area where I can parameterize instead of individually resolving stems?
Well, so in the first method we used where we resolved individual trees, which is where the immersed boundary method came in, again, you know, that the scale of your vegetation has to be approximately the same scale of whatever your, however refined your domain is. So, you know, if you're looking at a very small area and you want to refine it way down, you can probably capture very small features. But in my case, trees, you know, I couldn't get down to the smaller branches. So that's just a function of the size of your domain and how much time you want to let the computer run, primarily. But in terms of using like the vegetation model approach, I mean, that would seem maybe more realistic for how to handle some smaller items, you know, that are dense and, you know, unless you're, again, looking at something very small of a region.
Do you think that the vorticity effects, if you were to get your sediment into your model, would you see similar sediment capture depending on, do you think that the effects of vorticity might affect your sediment capture or erosion?
You mean the vortices along the banks that was captured there? It's possible. Yeah, I think that is important, you know. Again, depends how fine your sediments are and what scale. I mean, you know, the coherent structures that you're seeing are only going to be on the magnitude roughly of the vegetation itself. So, you know, you're seeing a big tree trunk, yeah, you're going to see big vortices like this. But if you're trying to look at how small vortices are picking up little grains of sand, obviously it's not going to catch that kind of stuff.
I have a question to Nuncio's presentation about your full model simulations. There were some slides where for an intermediate region of sigma values you had some blank, you know, range where only high and low vegetation values appeared. Is this also related to this bifurcation problem, or can you say a little bit more about that?
It's a type of chaos, actually, which is very common when we have these bubbles inside of a region of chaotic regions. So it's quite typical. Yeah.
Thank you, Dieter. I think we are about to go for lunch, so we can continue the discussion there. You guys know, right, where to go? It's down there. Excellent. All right. We thank our speakers, and we'll give them. as you, as we have already talked during the day, we are very happy, and we want to really extend you a super warm welcome. And we really appreciate that you have traveled from everywhere in the world to be with us today to the for the Gravel Bed Rivers Conference. I want to acknowledge also all the work that Luca Mao from the University of Lincoln, Hernán Alcayaga from Universidad Diego Portales have done during all these years. They got COVID for you. So, I'm really grateful about having such wonderful colleagues and that you all are here. And this is a very important occasion for us too, because it's great that you have also been able to visit the campus of the Universidad Católica here in Villarricca. That to us is very important. And we have the luck that the president of the university is today with us, and he wanted to stop and give you a welcome and an official inauguration of the conference. And I thank you, President, for being here today. We've had just a discussion about the topics that we are covering here during the conference, and he's been super interested in what we've done and asked me a lot of questions. So I thank you for that. And also, he's one of the best drummers that I know and I play with. So, well, welcome, Professor Ignacio Sanchez. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christian. Welcome to our university. It is a pleasure for me as a president of the university. My name is Ignacio Sanchez. I'm a professor of the medical school and the president of the university since 2010. So I'm very delighted to receive you in our place, and particularly in this Villarricca campus. The university is 135 years old and has only one campus outside Santiago. And this campus is devoted to education, sustainability, and interculturality. So the three areas of the main theme of the campus, I guess, are being present during this conference as well. I would like to give my most warm welcome to the attendees, scientists, professors, professionals, and students that are participating in this 9th version of the Gravel Bed Rivers Workshop. It is a pleasure to have you here today on the first day of the workshop. The university is honored to host this prestigious conference that has been committed to major advances in the science of more than 40 years, as I know. This meeting also highlights the commitment of our institution to support advances on relevant issues related to water, earth sciences, and sustainability. Behind all of these meetings, of course, there are a lot of work, and in this case, Professor Escauriaza needs to be congratulated because this is a lot of work. Most of you are coming from very long places, and to do all the infrastructure and to be aware of all the needs that you have, it is something that needs to be congratulated. The only thing that Christian didn't do is that this place is a terrible earthquake. As you move, it is moving. So I don't know if it's a joke or what, but it is important to acknowledge that the history of and contribution of this workshop has been encouraged with conversations, with profound scientific dimensions, discussions, and as Christian told me, you like the interaction, you like the discussion over the coffee, the discussion in a round table, more than only presentations. It is also important to thank Professor James Bathurst from Newcastle University and Colin Thorne from the University of Nottingham, both original organizers for having this conference idea and the follow-up of that idea. I know that the Grave Bed Rivers workshop has evolved over time, and the pressing challenges you have to address today require an integral perspective of fluvial environments. In this edition of the conference, the presentation ranged from advanced computational models, experimental, and health observation of the sustainable management of rivers, and relation with communities in the context of climate change. All of these topics has been addressed in the conference and also in the Institute of Sustainability that is being in place in our university. Our Villarricca campus is a perfect setting for this 9th version of the workshop. Chile, as you know, is facing a really dry season for more than 14 years, and the surrounding environment is a reminder of the important challenges that we will need to address in order to move towards a sustainable future and a more effective protection based on sound, specific, and scientific acknowledgement. Probably 10 years ago, during this time, it will be raining almost every day. 15 years later, probably you're not going to see rain or wet weather during your stay. It is a shame, but it's something that we have to accomplish and tackle. As the planet is moving to more extreme conditions with recurrent floods, volcanic eruptions, and anthropic impacts, we think that Chile and the region will foster inspiring conversations that will improve our understanding of rivers and their relations with people. Thank you, Christian, for allowing me to say these words to the attendees. And thank you so much for being here. I hope you will enjoy a very productive and interesting workshop. And thank you for the trust that you made in our university and particularly in our professors. Thank you so much.
Well, we thank the president of the university. He caught my joke on leaving this unstable. Yeah. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for coming here and reminding us of the bigger context that this conference is in. So we are ready to, I guess, continue with our sessions, and I hope, Rector, the president, you can stay here and you know, have a part of the discussion on rivers. If not, you're also invited to join us during the coffee breaks or later. Thank you very much. All right. I don't know if we have the chair for the next session. Yes. Okay. Walter.
So we are ready for the next session that is titled Gravel Bed Rivers and Global Environmental Changes. We have two speakers this afternoon, Greg Tucker and Mark Mackling, that I think will join us online. So I think we will start with Greg.
Okay.
So the floor
Sounds like
is
this
yours.
is on. Okay, thanks. Well, thanks for the invitation. This talk is going to address a longer time scale than I think is maybe customary at these meetings, so I hope this is interesting. The question that I'm going to try and address here is how we can use our emerging understanding of gravel bed and bedrock-influenced rivers to inform models and theories for longer-term landscape evolution. Timescales of the formation of the beautiful mountains and scenery that form the backdrop, at least when the clouds aren't here, in Villarricca. So I want to acknowledge my co-authors, Vanessa Gable, PhD student at the University of Colorado, Benjamin Kamfort's postdoc, soon to be a professor in Amsterdam. Let's see. Okay, so again, the question is, let's take what we understand about fluvial processes and principles and see if we can use that to inform a better working representation of fluvial processes in what are called landscape evolution models. So it's helpful at this point to do a very quick history of what landscape evolution models are and where they come from. So arguably the first of the modern generation of landscape models was first presented by the late Gary Wilgoose in the early 1990s, and an image of it is shown here on the left part of this slide. Wilgoose and his colleagues, this was a major breakthrough. It's a computational representation of a growing drainage basin that's based on representing the landscape as essentially a pile of loose sediment or soil, routing digital water across that surface, and then calculating the sediment transport from place to place. And here they used a very simple transport law that is based on slope gradient S and discharge Q. And if I click this, I think we have a recent implementation of the essence of that model using some tools from the Community Surface Dynamics Modeling System, showing that one of the key successes of this model was its ability to explain drainage networks, dendritic drainage networks, and ridge and valley topography. Now I should just pause briefly at this point to point out that if anybody's interested in the tools that the Community Surface Dynamics Modeling System, or CSDMS, provides for morphodynamic modeling on engineering to geologic timescales, there's a URL, and I have a poster out there. It's in one of the windows, if you're interested. Okay, so one of the key things, though, that the Wilgoose et al. Models showed was an explanation for a common observed relationship in natural drainage basins called the slope area relationship. And it's shown in these diagrams along the left side of these slides. Here we have the slope of a point on the surface on the y-axis plotted against drainage area, logarithmic scales. And the key thing that we commonly observe is that once you're beyond a certain minimum drainage area, in this case it's about 1/10 of a square kilometer, there is an inverse relationship between the two. And that reflects the concave upward shape of river profiles. Here are two river profiles inset into this to illustrate that. Because commonly the trend of the data is roughly a straight line on a log-log plot, it's often represented using a power law relationship between slope S and drainage area A, with the exponent here reflecting the concavity of the profiles. And that exponent, sometimes called the concavity index, is often said to be about 1/2, but in fact it varies from place to place. It can be as small as 0.1 or 0.2 or as large as about 1. That's a theme I'll return to. So one of the interesting things that Wilgoose and colleagues pointed out was that their model could account for this inverse relationship as a natural consequence of their sediment transport law when it's in a state of quasi-equilibrium, when the drainage basin is eroding at the same rate. So that was a big success, but there is a limitation that you've probably noticed, and that is that the basis for the model is to represent the Earth as an unlimited heap of sediment. And while that's true in some places, it's not true in others. In other places you have, for example, rivers that are cutting directly through rock. And so that observation motivated people to come up with an alternative formulation to represent these rocky rivers, using a concept that's sometimes known as detachment limitation. Here the theoretical basis is that when you have hard rock, the river's job is to detach particles. And that's really the limiting factor. The animation on the lower left here shows another landscape evolution model, this time using a different principle. It's a principle in which it's based on this equation that you see with E equals here. It's a simple formulation of an erosion law describing the rate of channel cutting into rock or cohesive material on the basis of slope gradient S and drainage area A. Drainage area is a surrogate for discharge. Because you can derive that form from stream power per unit bed area, it's sometimes called the stream power law. It too can account for an inverse slope area relationship. So now we have these two different theories, and the question is which is applicable under what circumstance, and how would you tell them apart? Well, it turns out that if you look at equilibrium states, here are two simulated drainage basins eroding all at the same rate. The left one is treated as a pile of loose sediment. The right one is treated as rock. they're effectively statistically identical, how would you tell them apart? Well, it turns out one way to tell them apart is to look at transient responses. So let's suppose these drainage basins experience an increase in the rate of base level fall. In that case, the two systems behave rather differently. The one that's made of sediment experiences a diffusive response. The one that's made of rock has a shock-like response, forming nick points or waterfall-like features that erode into the landscape. So that's motivated field tests to try and sort out which of these kinds of approach is relevant in which circumstances. But here, in the interest of time, I want to simply point out one key limitation of this so-called stream power model. And that is, if you carefully read the math on the last slide, which I know you did, it completely omits directly describing the role of sediment in cutting rock. And yet we know that sediment can and does play a role in cutting rock. We know this from both experimental evidence and field evidence. And I'll simply point out the example in the lower left here. This photo panorama comes from a study by Kristen Cook and colleagues, and it shows one of the newest river canyons on planet Earth. It was formed after 1999 on the Da'an River in Taiwan after an earthquake instantly raised part of the land and created a brand new nick point or waterfall. The interesting thing here was the gorge did not form right away. There was a period of 3 or 4 years during which the bed load was trapped upstream in a small depression. And it was only when that filled and the bed load started spilling over again that the gorge very rapidly, in like 3 years, formed the morphology that you see here. So a clear demonstration of the role of sediment in cutting rock. And that in turn has motivated theoretical representations of the process, in particular one by Leonard Sklar, which is shown here. This is a theoretical curve that describes the relationship between the erosion rate of the river, averaged over time, and the sediment supply on this axis, shown in the solid curve. The idea is with too little sediment, you don't have enough tools to abrade the rock. With too much sediment, you bury the rock and shield it from erosion. So there's an intermediate point. So that's a particular behavior that we're going to try and capture in a new kind of model for landscape evolution models. So we'll get back to that in a second. First, though, I have to point out one common limitation of all three formulations that I've showed you so far, and that is when they are placed in the context of one of these landscape evolution models, it's nearly always the case that hydraulic geometry is entered empirically. So it raises the question, what about channel width? I mean, we all know that channel width and other hydraulic geometry properties form dynamically in response to the feed of sediment, the characteristics of the sediment, the characteristics of the water flows, and so on. Typically, what we do in landscape evolution models is simply build that in as a boundary condition. Width is proportional to the square root of discharge. So one of the things that we wanted to see if we could do is find a way to represent the dynamics of that process rather than simply having to build it in as an answer. How could you do that? Well, for the case of alluvial rivers, we have a place to start that I think you're all going to be familiar with. It starts with just the idea of so-called near-threshold channel behavior, right? So this is the idea that goes back to Gary Parker in the 1970s, that in self-formed gravel channels, the bank full shear stress, say tau, is slightly higher than the mobility threshold. And recently there's a really neat paper by Colin Phillips and colleagues where they compiled a big database, it's, I don't know, 1,200 or 1,300 rivers in the United States, showing that these rivers are consistent with one of the key predictions of that theory, which has to do with the relationship between dimensionless width and dimensionless discharge. So that's great. And that means that at least for alluvial gravel rivers, we have a way to close the equations that doesn't require an empiricism. The other piece of this is to try to use this as a basis for calculating long-term average sediment transport rate, bedload transport rate in particular. So here I'm not looking for what happens in one flood. I'm looking at what's happening on average over many years because I want to evolve a landscape. There's a nice piece of work by Wickert and Shiljan that show that if you have this kind of a closure here, it leads naturally to a beautifully simple sediment transport law here, where the bedload transport rate, QS, is a function of discharge linearly, interesting, linearly, and slope with essentially a coefficient in front of it. So that's great. That's beautifully simple. It's a nice emergent property. And we'd love to be able to use this in an evolving landscape. So let's try putting this rule into our evolving landscape. When we do that, we, oh, hey, let me point out here that in case we're wondering about how applicable this is to rivers incising rock, here's one clue. If you go to that database that they assembled, you can find examples, and it's not hard to find examples, of rivers that appear to be cutting through rock over the long term. So here's 4 examples that I pulled more or less at random from their database, including one in my home state of Colorado in the US, the Cache-la-Poudre River. It is cutting through resistant crystalline rocks. Plenty of other examples of rivers that seem to follow near threshold theory are cutting through rocks. Another example from this part of the world, the western United States, comes from a study by John Pitlick and Kress back in 2002. They surveyed like 250 kilometers of the Colorado River in the Colorado Rockies. This is a high elevation, rugged, mountainous region where the rivers are over time eroding. And yet they found that their bankful shield stress, shown on the y-axis on this graph, against river distance along here, hovers around a consistent value that's slightly higher than the critical shield stress, i.e. these are behaving as near threshold rivers. And that's true not only for reaches that they classified as alluvial, which are the white dots here, but also for reaches that appear to have some bedrock influence to them. Those are in the black dots, like here. So, okay, so this gives us some indication that this gravel channel-like adjustment can potentially apply to at least some rivers that are carving topography over the long term. So what happens then when we take that model and we put that closure, when we put it into a landscape evolution model? Well, it turns out we have some problems. And I'll illustrate with a model simulation what those problems look like. Here's a model that starts off with a high plateau and forces continual uplift. You notice that over time, the landscape is getting very, very smooth. So that's not an accident. It's not a bug. I mean, there may be bugs, but that's not one of them. It's a natural consequence of the mathematics. When you have 1 unit of land producing 1 unit of water and 1 unit of gravel, they balance out, and the prediction is the equilibrium state is one of planar channels. That is a constant slope. And you can see that in this slope area graph here, slope versus area. All the dots are clustering at the end of this run toward a uniform slope. So what's missing? I mean, this seems like it should be a rational and sensible theory. We're conserving mass and doing all the things one should do. What's wrong? Well, Wickert and Shiljan argue that one of the key ingredients to get concavity in their alluvial rivers might be downstream fining. And that leads us to something that, oddly enough, has never, to my knowledge, been incorporated in a landscape evolution before. And that's the role of abrasion in reducing the gravel flux downstream by essentially grinding gravel into fines, sand and finer fines. I didn't fully appreciate how important this was until I stumbled on this paper by Lizzie Dingle and colleagues from 2017. And it's worth telling you what this paper did, because it's very cool. They looked at a set of 5 drainage basins along the front of the Himalayas. And they asked the question, do the lithologies here in the channel at the outlet of the catchment match the lithologies that are in the drainage basin upstream? And the answer they found was that they don't. This, the sort of colored graph on the left shows the mix of lithologies for each of their 5 basins, each color a different lithology. That's in the drainage basin. The one on the right shows what they actually found in the channel. So this blue lithology is almost completely absent in the channel, and there's all this gray lithology that makes up half or more of the sediment in the channel. That turns out to be quartzite, very rare in the drainage basin, and yet it's so tough, it's what survives. So it's a really powerful indication of the role of abrasion in blasting gravel to pieces. So what happens if we take that principle and we add it to the model run I just showed you? So here are 2 model simulations, both of which add abrasion and allow gravel to be destroyed as it moves downstream. The one on the left has, well, you can guess which one, you can also read, which one has the more resistant gravel. I should have made you guess. But here's the tough gravel. It generates a relatively low concavity landscape. Here's the very soft gravel. And you can see from these runs, I think the key takeaway is that, at least in theory, this process is really important. It's not just a minor detail. It could actually be very fundamental in influencing the structure of the drainage network and the structure of a leaf. So that's a piece we'd like to include in our theory. However, so far, this is a purely alluvial model. It's all a pile of sediment. So let's go back and think about rock. One thing that is sometimes observed in rivers cutting rock is that they can sometimes have a very alluvial gravel character to them and yet still be cutting rock. So this is an example from the Beigong River in Taiwan from Brian Unitas's work. Here's Brian for scale. And you can see he's standing on a patch of bedrock that's exposed in a river that has a fairly wide and deep coverage of gravelly alluvium. So it's not purely a bedrock channel, it's not purely a alluvial channel, it's got a mix of the two. The reach downstream is one that, whoops, at the time we surveyed it, was deeply buried in gravel, and yet it's known over the long term that this is cutting into rock. The terrace record makes that clear. So what it tells us is that exposure of bedrock in at least some active mountain ranges is intermittent in space and intermittent in time. So that's a phenomenon that we'd like to be able to capture in theory. How are we going to do that? Well, I'm going to describe now a simple mathematical model that we've just recently developed to try to capture some of these elements of reality and overcome some of the limitations of the last generation of landscape models. And our unit of analysis here is going to be a channel segment sitting inside a valley whose width in 1D models will be prescribed as a boundary condition, and in 2D models it'll be a grid zone. We're going to track three quantities: the thickness of sediment, the elevation of bedrock, and the channel bed elevation, which is the sum of the two. We're going to calculate a bedrock exposure fraction, so think of Brian standing on the rock, as an inverse exponential function of the local sediment thickness. And we'll calculate a gravel transport rate using the width closure method of Wickert and Shiljan here, so discharge times slope, but we're going to add in a factor for the percent cover of the bed. So if there's no sediment to move, no sediment will be moved. We're also going to include two elements of reality. One, erosion of the bedrock by plucking of blocks and by abrasion by bed load. And of course, abrasion of the bed load itself. So that's the essence of our model. The equation set looks like this. We have a governing equation for the alluvial thickness that changes in response to ins and outs of sediment, loss of gravel to attrition, gain of gravel from plucking of blocks from the rock, and in 1D we'll add a term for lateral sediment flux. Then we have an equation for the rate of change of bedrock elevation, which is reduced by plucking and abrasion. So that's the essence of the model. So now we get to see what it does. The first question we want to ask is, can it capture basic facts about many rivers, such as their longitudinal profile concavity? So that's our first test, and we'll do this with a 1D model. And the answer is yes. Here's a profile of a model simulation, distance, elevation, and it can make a concave upward fluvial profile. Okay, that's good. Here's the corresponding slope area diagram, so log slope, log area. The model run is shown in this solid, slightly curvy line. So it's interesting. It's not a pure power law, but it's close enough that arguably if you saw this in data, you would think it was a power law. We can also ask, pretty simple question, if we were to take the same thing and uplift it faster, so it's eroding 3 times faster, would it be steeper and higher? That's a basic test. And not surprisingly, it passes that test. So this lighter yellow line is the same thing, but undergoing a more rapid rate of erosion. Okay, so with that, now we can also ask, is this obeying self-formed or near threshold channel theory? We can compare our models with the data set that Phillips et al. Put together. So here's their data set, shown in terms of dimensionless width here and dimensionless depth against dimensionless discharge. That's their data set. Here's a handful of model runs that so far seem to work out. So we're happy with that. Now we can put the model into 2 dimensions, put it inside a landscape evolution model. So I'm going to show a 4x4 set of model runs with differences in the hardness of the rock, its resistance to abrasion, and differences in its degree of fracturing. Let's look at that next. So to orient you, we have in the left column that's less abrasion resistant, and the right column is more abrasion resistant. Top row, more fractured, so easier to pluck. Bottom row, less fractured. And those are basically the two main free parameters in this problem. You can see differences in the structure of the simulated terrain, which is interesting. You can see that they all create an inverse slope area relationship. That's these blue dots, for example. They all also describe a downstream increase in the fractional cover of the bed by alluvium, and that's what's shown in these red dots. So for example, in this case, the alluvial cover increases with drainage area, ultimately asymptoting to 100%. In this case, it asymptotes to something more like maybe 85%. So the model can account for fractional alluvial cover. So there's one more experiment to show you before I wrap up, and that's inspired by some of Joel Johnson's work in the Henry Mountains. So let me explain, and Joel can correct me if I get this wrong, but the idea was to go to a place, this is in the western United States, where you have rivers sitting on relatively soft sedimentary rocks, sandstones. But some of these, and I say rivers, maybe streams would be a better word, but some of these have in their headwaters, sourced from their headwaters, resistant, abrasion-resistant class of volcanic rock, diorite. Others have very little of that. And they were interested in seeing what difference that makes. And one of their key results is in this upper right diagram here, which shows stream profiles, height versus distance. The solid line is a channel that has a lot of diorite cobbles. The dashed channel is one that has very few diorite cobbles, and you can see it's more deeply incised. Apparently, the gravel load is reducing the river's ability to cut into rock in this case. It's mirrored in the slope area relationship here, slope, drainage area. The diorite-rich channels are here, so lots of gravel. The diorite-poor channels sitting on sandstone are down here. So this is the kind of effect that previous landscape evolution model formulations have not been able to capture. And we want to see if we can do this, because that's part of the motivation. So to test that out, I've set up a model run where we've got our same 80 by 80 kilometer domain, but now we're going to have an unlimited gravel source from this part of the domain. And everywhere else has very little gravel. If I erode through 100 meters of stuff here, I only get 2 meters worth of gravel. So very poor gravel. So let's see what this does. When I run this, red colors are going to indicate high sediment load and high sediment cover. Yellow colors are going to indicate sediment poor. Well, let's see what it does. So what we're getting now is these channels that are tapping into the gravel source, and so they get a high sediment load going down. Even this one taps in a little bit. The rest of the domain is very poor in sediment. Here's the corresponding slope area plot, slope against drainage area. The dark points are the sediment-rich channels, gravel-rich channels. The light points are the gravel-poor channels. So, okay, seems like we can capture that. So, needless to say, there are plenty of open questions. This is a really simple and very new formulation. Some of the open questions are listed here. I guess one in particular I want to highlight, because I'm interested in your thoughts on this, has to do with form drag and critical flow. And when we discussed this a little bit in the morning session, you know, we know that form drag can mean that the effective stress is applied, only a fraction of the effective stress is applied to sediment transport. How would we do that for a problem like this, where we need something very simple and basic to integrate over a long time scale? And similarly, how do we think about the role of critical flow as effectively an upper limit to flow velocity? I think in this model, we could, in theory, create supercritical flow, which isn't very realistic. So at any rate, we have now a basic theory for bedrock incising, gravel abrading, and near threshold rivers that seems to have some of the basic ingredients we're looking for. It seems to be able to account for at least basic properties. We don't have a good field test yet, and that's really the next step. We're looking for good field test cases where we know something about the hydrology, we know something about the sediment load and sediment supply, and we also know something about the incision rate over a longer time scale. So I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thanks, Greg, for the nice presentation. And we can move on to the next presentation by Mark Macklin, if he is online. Hi, Mark. Can you hear us? Yeah, yeah. So when they are solving the logistic questions, well, yeah. Do you have any question on Greg presentation? Please, Chris.
Yeah. I don't know where Greg is. Yeah. I had two questions, Greg. So in your models, you have only rainfall, right? And you distribute that uniformly over the entire box, right?
Is this on? Yeah, that's right. So I mean, it's a little complicated because you can argue, you can distribute rainfall uniformly, or you could say, well, in one of these exponent parameters in like the stream power law, that accounts for a bank full discharge versus drainage area relation.
Okay, but you have never changed so that the rainfall changes with the topography if you have
no, but
higher
that would
mountains.
be easy to do. Yeah, or graphic precipitation, right? Yeah.
But not in any of these cases, and you think it doesn't matter in these conditions, right?
I wouldn't say it doesn't matter. I mean, this is so different formulations. That's the interesting thing. Different formulations will lead to different results. My sense is that for something like a stream power law, the altitude weighting makes some difference. People have shown this. It's not a huge difference, I don't think. But this is a different kind of physics, and so we don't know.
Yeah, and the other question is, and I probably missed it, but I would assume that the abrasion is a function of bedload transport, right?
Yeah, that's right. I rushed through this pretty fast, but it's basically an abrasion coefficient times bedload flux, and
it's linear.
By
It's linear.
Yeah,
Okay.
and it's inspired by Chatanantavet and Parker's work.
Yeah, cool, excellent. Thank you. It was a great presentation.
Greg, thanks for the great presentation. I was curious, I know this is not really possible to do in the models that you're conducting, but if you had downstream fining through selective transport, do you think you would have the same effect because the smaller particles, and you incorporated like Sklar and Dietrich, because the smaller particles would have lower impacts and cause less abrasion as you go downstream, or would you have to incorporate essentially a loss of particles through abrasion?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question, Eloin. I mean, surely any kind of downstream fining should allow you to transport more sediment per unit of water, and therefore it will tend to give you a concave upward profile. So it would have that effect. We haven't tried to build in, though, a grain size effect in terms of abrasion rate. Like, I mean, one of the things that Leonard showed in his work is that you get the highest abrasion rates experimentally with the largest mobile grain sizes. And so that's got to play some role. Yeah, we haven't tried to do that yet.
I was just wondering if there'd be like compounding effects that would then...
There could well be, yeah.
And maybe just to add to that, what about the sand fractions that are generated? Are those, they seem to be lost to your conservation framework, or?
I was hoping nobody would notice that.
Right, okay.
Yeah, the sand magically disappears into the sky.
Okay. But it would impact the abrasion and mobility and a few other factors as you go downstream, right?
Sure, once you get, I mean, I guess you tell me, but once you get to the point where you have, what, 40% sand or something like that, that's going to start to really affect mobility.
The gravel mass?
Yeah. Yeah, we haven't, to be honest, we haven't figured out how to handle that yet. We had started with a different formulation several years ago that was ironically more suspended load-like.
Mm-hmm.
So my guess is there may be a way to handle that with something more like a suspended load. It goes back to Davy and Log had a neat way to do this. So I think we could probably have both of those, but we haven't got there yet. I mean, there's always a tricky game to play between, we want to capture the key pieces, but complexity is expensive.
I hear you.
So, but we don't know where that magic point is.
We are ready? Okay, so we will wait for the second round of questions then. Yeah. Okay, so hi Mark, can you hear us now? Yes. Okay.
Good afternoon, good evening. I was going to go for my tea, but I've stayed around.
Good. So I will leave you time for your presentation, about 25-30 minutes, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Hernan. And I spotted a few familiar faces in the audience. This isn't the presentation that Luca and other colleagues of mine wanted to present, and that's another story about gravelgenesis in river systems globally, but hopefully we will be able to do that probably for the next Gravelbed Rivers Conference or sometime before. But Luca asked me to sort of share a project that's developed in lockdown, which again is a global assessment, in this case, a global assessment of the impacts of metal mining on river systems. That's going to go down. Okay, well, why don't you do that? Okay. Reasons, where we go. Just to give folks a little bit of context, going back to the mid-early 1970s, folks in particular, my very good friend John Lewin, worked on the relationship between contamination with river systems, particularly sediment-associated metals, and I say John and his colleagues, and then me a bit later, with people like Will Graff and Des Wallin, showed the relationship between the dispersal and particularly remobilization, in particularly related to sediment transport processes. And just to give you a little sort of heads up in terms of context, in terms of the process base that we're using in terms of this global modeling, in terms of sediment transport processes, this is work actually 2 decades ago, which related to the 2000 millennium floods in the UK. And just to give you a little heads up here, this is lead concentrations in milligrams per kilogram. 10,000 ppm, and I'll come back to this a little later, is 1% by lead. This is the UK's rehabilitation guidelines around about 1,000 ppm. These are metal concentrations in overbank sediments taken after the millennium floods. And what you can see in simple terms is an attenuation downstream. It's partly related to the tributaries. I'm trying to get my mouse to work. There we go. Tributaries which are injecting very high concentrations of sediment. As you go further downstream, the role of previously contaminated floodplain sediments become more important. So there is a complex relationship between contaminant levels, particularly those that are sediment associated in these systems. Also showed in the early mid-80s, there was also a relationship between styles of river channel floodplain sedimentation, flooding regime, and the dispersal of contaminant metals within river systems. And I put this one in. It's actually a slide of the River Severn, actually not far at all from where the first Gravelbed Rivers Conference, which was held, I think, in 1981. The point of this slide is that what it shows in stipple is the area that's been reworked during the period of mining. The flow is from top left to bottom right. Proportional circles, the large circles, so where you've got lead-contaminated channel and floodplain sediments, and the smaller circles show where you've got background concentrations. So channel dynamics, flooding, sediment transport processes have a major control in terms of the way that contaminant metals are dispersed in river systems. And back in 2006, we coined this approach, which actually was rephrased by a good friend of mine, Jerry Miller, as the geomorphological geochemical approach for assessing contamination river basins. And I suppose that the two underlying principles that make us allowed to do this is that on the order of around 90% of contaminant metals are transported in a sediment-associated form. Yes, there are parts of the world which have got very low pHs where water-based transport is important, but those are the exception rather than the rule. And because these contaminated sediments actually behave in the same way of natural sediments, so to speak, if we can actually understand the way that sediment moves through river systems over various time and space scales, there is the possibility of long-term and large-scale modeling of these sedimentable metals in river systems. I suppose a good question is why does all this matter? And in fact, we shouldn't forget that metal mining, metal processing is arguably, well, is really the oldest form of pollution contamination that we have on the planet. And in terms of river systems worldwide, mining poses a hazard in terms of obviously human health, ecosystem health, and sustainable development. And it's problematic really for two reasons. It's got remarkably long residence times. In fact, when I first started working on this in the 1980s, I was using metals as stratigraphic markers. So these contaminants are there for hundreds or thousands of years. And critically, they are accumulatory in ecosystems and also in animals, including ourselves. Just to give you a sort of heads up in terms of the sorts of environments, the sort of sources. These are the mining areas of northeast England and tailings dam environments in Romania. I'm actually speaking about 6 miles from this picture. This is a good weather day in mid-Wales, and this is the famous Cymyswith mine. Almost said wine because it's nearly wine time at home, where it's got the oldest records of mining actually going back to nearly 4,000 years. So obviously there is the catastrophic impacts of tailings dam failures, and I'll come back to that in a second. On the left-hand side, Asnar-KR in 1998, and obviously the Samarco tailings dam failures in 2015. In addition to the work that we have done, and at the very end of this presentation, I've got a long list of acknowledgements of folks that are working with me on this project, so I'll come to that towards the end. But since the mid-1990s, myself, Karen Hudson-Edwards, Paul Brewer, and several other of my sort of former Aberystwyth and lead colleagues have been looking at the impacts of tailings dam failures. We started at Porco in 1996, then moved to Asnar-KR in 1998, Biomari in 2000, and then more recently, we've been working at Mount Polley in Western Canada. One final point in terms of why this matters. Rather unusually, something very close to home, literally close to home. I'm actually talking from just that point there at the bottom of this map, about 7 miles south of Aberystwyth, for the folks that know that. We had very large floods in this region in 2012. And one consequence of that, this is the college farm in Aberystwyth. The lands were flooded. These are the sorts of metal concentrations on these experimental plots, up to 7,000, 8,000 ppm, very large lead concentrations. And in the floods themselves, up to 30,000 ppm, this is the River Claret here, deposited in these fields. The floods occurred in June. I had a phone call from the Director of Farms in October of that year, and progress with was and is famous in terms of its beef herds, the Welsh Blacks here. And the very sad news was that 20 of these animals had died very suddenly in October. They were fed on silage. They were fed on silage which had been cut, unfortunately, immediately after the flood events. And these are lead concentrations in those silage bales. This is the EC directive set at around about 35 ppm. So these are very elevated concentrations were fed to the animals. And then importantly, just in terms of showing that the link that this does have to the livestock health, these are the blood lead levels shown in a number of the animals that actually died and were slaughtered. This is the unrestricted 25.25 micromoles. This is the levels at which animals need to be excluded from the food chain. You can see that the histograms in terms of the animals that were actually slaughtered and the blood analysed. And on the top, you can see the dashed line, the very highest concentration of over 35 micromoles per litre lead, which were recorded. So this is something which is important in terms of animal and human health. Okay, just moving things on. This was, as I say, a lockdown project. We decided we wanted to build a process-based model of the impacts of historical and contemporary metal mines and tailings dam failures. We've produced what we think is the largest database of its kind. Over 180,000 metal mines, 160,000 or so historic, 22,000 or so present. This is based on USGS, BGS. There are a number of commercial sites as well, but we've actually added about 100,000 new sites ourselves. Those are all geolocated. On the top diagram shows the distribution of historic mines, and the middle diagram here shows present. And what also we've done is created a database of tailings storage facilities shown in blue, and using the WISE database, the tailings dam failures worldwide. Okay. What we needed to do was come up with a process-based method for trying to understand the dispersal of contaminants, their attenuation distances from mines. We took a very, very simple approach. We identified globally, and you can see the right-hand side here, 79 mines, 44 in the Northern Hemisphere, 35 in the South. And these were sites, single mines, where there were measured metal concentrations on a downstream basis. As you'll see, we were only able to create attenuation curves for lead, zinc, arsenic, and copper, mainly because of a constraint in terms of sample size. In the case of lead, for example, there's around about 739 sample points within the system. We thought there was going to be a very major difference in terms of climate zones, in terms of sediment type, comparing overbank to within channel fines, and catchment area. But as you can see on the right-hand side here, although there is a very strong and significant relationship between concentrations of metal, in this case lead, and distance downstream, no significant differences in terms of climate zone, sediment site, catchment area. So what we do for each of our contaminant metals is come up with a maximum upper, a most likely predicted, and a lower predicted concentration. This uses, we've used the Dutch intervention levels. These are toxicology based. So in the case of lead, Dutch concentrations, sugar concentrations are 530 milligrams per kilogram. So we use this to identify reaches where concentrations are likely to exceed that value. So these are environmentally, ecosystem, and in terms of human health, they are probably significant. As you can see on the table here, we did exactly the same exercises for, what's the Daisy? Exactly the same exercises in terms of copper, lead, and arsenic. In terms of relating contaminant metal dispersal to mineral commodities, as some of you probably know, a number of these contaminant metals are present. They actually co-vary with a lot of the mineral commodities. There isn't really, at the moment, enough data, certainly in terms of some of the more exotic, as I described them, commodities, things like antimony, for example, and things like silver, to actually use those themselves as a proxy in terms of dispersal. So we've used the contaminant metals on the right-hand side, which do co-vary, which are associated with those commodities as an indicator. We've then done, using the raw weed, this is work done by Paolo Cerati, who's one of the co-authors, particularly Chris Thomas, my co-director of the Planetary Health at Lincoln, is that we have used the Hydrobasins database. What you can see here is Mid-Wales on the left, Northern England on the right, and we've got Romania on the left and Bulgaria on the right. So we can actually identify, they're all geo-referenced metal mines, both past and present, and storage basins within each of the hydrobasins, level 4 subbasins. We then do, using our dispersal model, is estimate the lengths of river systems which are affected by metal mining. These are shown by these various pink and red colours. The same areas, again, Wales, Northern England, Romania, and Bulgaria. Also using Paolo's database and also the more recent GF floodplain data. Then identify floodplain areas which we are believe affected by contaminations, and also the inundation area which is likely to be impacted as well, using the 1% probability flood. However, we now can't define it. Most importantly, this is ground truth. This, for example, is lead. What we did was in basin sizes from 46 to over 200,000 square kilometers. We actually went back and compared our model results to the actual results in the field. As you can see, in terms of lead, what we describe as a hit, we actually were predicting 70% of the results indicated that they were contaminated. Near miss concentrations were between 85 and 530, and then a relatively small component in terms of where we actually misclassified. And there are various reasons for that, partly related to floodplain remobilization, but that's something that we know is an issue and have addressed. If you're interested, and I've shared the PDF with Luca, and I think he's put it in the file. This is the modeling workflow that Chris has put together. This is all in MATLAB. It's all automated, and we can do this at any scale. And I'm just going to show you what we've done globally, but we can do this at a catchment scale. We've done it at a continental scale, and it's a rather, in my view at least, not that I did the coding, but I think it's a very clever bit of work. Again, just to give you a sort of heads up in terms of some of the headline findings, rather busy plot here. this is millions here. We've got continental regions, and just to give you an indication of the relative importance of historical versus past metal mining, in terms of human, livestock, and irrigated areas, North America, South America, particularly Australia, is dominated by historical metal mining. Europe less so. I think what's interesting as well in terms of impacts, in terms of both particularly Africa and Asia, contemporary mining is more important. And actually, I've only just got back just before Christmas working in Tanzania on artisanal mining impacts. And that is something that we hope in the near future to include within our database. So one of the things we wanted to try and evaluate was the relative impacts of acute catastrophic tailings dam failures and their impacts on livelihoods and populations compared with historical and present mines. So this is a rather fuzzy map, but the tailings dam failures are shown purple. We estimate that around about 300,000 people have been directly affected by those tailings dam failures. By contrast, we actually take at the top past metal mining, shown in blue, and then historic, shown in this sort of purpley color. You can see that these are, in some cases, 50 times larger, close to 12 million people affected by past metal mining, historic mining, and more than 12 million by present-day mining activities. These are obviously conservative estimates. I think in terms of my sort of concluding slide, and there's one after this, I'll explain why, and it should be reasonably self-evident. We think there's somewhere on the order of 23 million people are living on floodplains where metal concentrations exceed toxicological acceptable limits. This is a underestimate because obviously we are dependent on the completeness of our database. We do believe we know the largest database, but in terms of parts of Russia, for example, parts of China, and actually parts of India, there is significant underreporting. To make that around about 500,000 kilometers of river channels are impacted, 164,000 kilometers of floodplains. I just checked before this, I think that's the area of Uruguay, to give you a bit of context. And these areas support around about 5.7 million livestock, and this affects an area of around about 65,000 of the world's irrigated areas. And as I pointed out, though the tailings dam failures get the press, we think that in terms of the long-term impacts and the larger scale impacts on human health and animal health, it's these chronic long-term remobilization, particularly in terms of historically polluted environments, that's going to be problematic. As I've pointed out, there is a significant challenge of underreporting, so all of these estimates here are very much on a conservative basis, but nevertheless. I think just to end on, a new sort of mapping tool is process-based. We're just about, as you'll see on the next page, to submit this paper with its 52-page essay to science. And if someone in the audience or is listening to this receives this, please be gentle with us. There's a lot of process going on and a lot of mapping technology. So we do think it's actually could be a very useful technique in terms of identifying particularly contaminated areas. And actually we tested it when we were in Tanzania, looking at contemporary gold mining impacts, and it works remarkably well. Just to end on, I don't know how I'm doing for time, but I'm getting sick of listening to my own voice. these are my co-authors. I should give particular thanks to Chris Thomas, who is probably better known as a water expert in terms of malaria modeling, and that's how me and Chris got together, so to speak. Then my two postdocs, Amo Bukatau and Karela Mangala, and particularly in terms of the modeling work, Palas Grossi, also Paul Brewer. I think that's probably as much as I can say. And if I stop sharing, it will let me out. Is anyone there?
Thanks, Mark. I think we have time for a couple of questions.
Sorry? Mark, thank you very much for your presentation. I'm curious, I'm Alejandro Sayan from UKCH, but also Chilean. Have you considered to include, besides in your database, besides tailing dams, also dams that have trapped sediment with high metal concentrations? I'm thinking of an example here in the Chilean Atacama region. Copiapó River has a dam that is infamous actually, because it has trapped several debris flows that have basically mobilized old tailings from 200 years of mining upstream, and actually has been positive, so that downstream people have not suffered from that sediment that has been trapped by this dam. So actually has been positive. Have you considered that?
We have, and I think, thank you. The question wasn't planted, but I think it's a very interesting one, because one of the things obviously we can do in terms of our mapping and modeling is identify river systems globally, which are likely to be impacted in terms of dispersal of contaminants, particularly from mining activities. And we've actually checked this in parts of Europe and the UK, where we've got very granular, high resolution geochemical data, and it works pretty well. So yes, it would be a fairly simple way of actually identifying, as you suggest, absolutely correctly, reservoirs which had been impacted in terms of upstream mining. And I do agree. I mean, some of these reservoirs, I know those, and I can't really say where they are because the EA will probably sue me in the UK, are full of contaminated metals. And as you suggest, have actually done some degree of service by actually preventing that stuff actually moving downstream. So with the tendency or the wish to remove dams and weirs and so on, this is another sort of heads up that I think we need to consider when we remove them, that there is not a major store of contaminated sediments which are actually impounded upstream. So thank you for that. That's a very interesting point, and I'm more than happy to follow that up with you bilaterally if you want to send me an email.
We have a question from the online audience from Colin Thorne for Greg. The question is, in predicting gully formation in arable fields, accuracy is increased if a terrain parameter to represent platform convergence is included. This represents concentration of stream power. Have you explored whether considering platform convergence could add value to long-term, larger-scale landscape modeling? And then there is a reference from Zevenbergen and Thorne, 1987.
Yeah, thank you for that question. In a sense, platform convergence is built into these models because of the way they route water, and so the water will converge. Some algorithms do it better than others, but that is a piece of the puzzle.
Okay, thanks. Other questions from the audience here?
Question for Mark. Andrew Wilcox, University of Montana. So as the globe moves towards decarbonization of energy systems, there's going to be a big increase in mining. And I wonder if you could comment on what you have learned from your assessment that might inform how we can go about that without destroying the world's rivers. Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed again for that question. In September, we've got a big project in Central Asia, in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. And as you point out, we're obviously in terms of the green transition, we are going to need a huge amount more of things like copper, lithium, nickel, cobalt, etc. in terms of our battery and green technologies. Yes, I think we do need to learn from this. Obviously, in terms of many parts of the world, certainly in terms of historical metal mining, there weren't the stringent controls which are now in place. I should point out that I'm not, I work with the mining industry, so I'm not there to overly criticize it. And it's certainly a lot more stringent than it used to be. I think my only concern, and this sort of touches on the tailings dam features, is that tailings dams are fine if they don't fail. And unfortunately, they are getting bigger. And in many parts of the world, they're not actually built particularly safely. So yes, I think there are huge lessons to learn. Yes, we need to be very mindful in terms of what we're doing. Just as a complete left field thought, some of the metal concentrations in, and this is not a suggestion to go and strip mine floodplains, but it's worth thinking through. A lot of these historically contaminated floodplain areas, and actually former tailings dams, would be worth rethinking in terms of extracting some of the transition metals and also the base metals as well. So we're working with a number of organizations to try and think this through. But yes, we are having a boom, and also the precious mining industry is kicking off again in a big way. So yes, we need to do it in a much more careful way than we have done in the, let's say, the recent past.
More questions? Alan?
I have a question for Greg. You presented, I think in your model, the erosion depends a lot of the transport rate and the diameter, we discussed it. And you presented a simplified equation, linear equation with the discharge, and a slope with an exponent, which was, I don't remember the exponent, but it was lower than 2. It was, okay. Because there are many people in the literature who propose similar equations, but with a square slope exponent. But it was more for intense transport in mountains. And even for my experiment I presented this morning, we have also a square slope exponent. The equation you presented this morning was for a given range of transport. Do you have an idea of the mode of the kind of flow concerned by this?
Yeah, that's a great question, Alain. It's surprising, isn't it, that it's linear? And there's a simple reason for it. So it's designed to predict bank full transport rate. So it's only during bank full flow. And we're assuming that the shear stress is a fixed multiple of the critical shear stress at bank full flow. And so the transport rate per unit width is actually a constant. It's an odd fact about this theory. And so what controls the volumetric transport is how wide the channel is. And you can show through the math that the channel width ends up being discharge times slope to this 7/6. The 7/6 comes from how you handle roughness, and it could be slightly different if you did a different roughness closure.
Any other? Everybody's ready for the next coffee break? Probably yes.
It's only the first day of the Gravel Rivers, but perhaps we should be already thinking about the next one. So if you are considering hosting the next Gravel River, you'll have some time at the social dinner on Thursday to present your proposal for the next Congress. If you want to prepare a few slides, there will be a projector there if you want to show some pictures. And then there will be a pool, and we will all decide where to go in 5 years' time if we don't have another COVID stuff that we'll have to postpone again. So yeah, talk to your colleagues, friends, and try to see if you can, if you want, organize the next one. And yeah, the coffee is served.
In fact, I was wondering whether, since we are very near a volcano, one of these talks is about volcanoes, and maybe we should have an eruption in the middle to keep us really disturbed. Anyway, without delay, I'll pass on to our first speaker, Andy Russell, who is actually a colleague of mine from Newcastle University. So it's quite good that I'm moderating him.
Well, thanks very much, James, and thanks very much.
This is
Yes.
on gravel bed river response to volcanic sediment loading.
Great, thanks very much. Well, thanks also to the organisers for inviting me to talk about disturbances. I hope it won't disturb you too much, but the picture here is from Volcan Calbuco, which is probably about a couple of hours drive south of here. So it's part of still just about in the Chilean Lake District, Los Lagos region, but it's a very dynamic reach, as you can see from the slide. Now, as with all these talks, there's going to be two parts in this. First is talking a little bit about Calbuco volcano, and there's a cast of thousands of people that have helped me and collaborated with me in various projects there, and also in Iceland at Eyjafjallajökull. So I'm going to talk both about Chile and also Iceland, and there will be some similarities. So in terms of the rationale for this, well, what I hope to do is to kind of really flag up the importance of sediment loading. It's important, as we've seen already from many of the presentations. There's all sorts of supplies of a little bit further south. Oh, is it not? Oh, there we go. Oh, it's run out of. All right, okay, that's great. Normally I don't have too many problems people hearing me in the lecture halls, but better use the microphone. So essentially, so Calbuco is a little bit further south, around about here, south from here. And the 2015 eruption took place on pretty much, there's remnant glacier ice and some perennial snowpack. But essentially, even the very little ice volume and snowpack volume that there was converted into to liquid with the pyroclastic flows from the eruption column, generating lahars, which kind of went out in all directions from the volcanic summit. It's okay. I'll be fine. Thanks. So going to the to look at Eyjafjallajökull initially, there are 4 phases that we can, we can look at in terms of the evolution of this, the system during the eruption. Initially, there were a number of outburst floods. There was 2 main phases of outburst floods associated with the initial eruption. First was a water flood, or it was probably more of a hyper-concentrated flow, but it came into the lake. And secondly was an 80% ice-rich flow, a bit like a giant slush puppy that filled up the basin. And that essentially filled that lake up and allowed the water and sediment to bypass that location. Later on, there was a gap when there was little happening. You can see the hydrograph here. And then there was a phase during the later stages of the eruption when activity built up. And also we saw a lava flow coming down underneath the glacier. And this was providing both water and sediment to the basin. And what we see is a number of small floods. These could be regarded as being individual floods. They all have their own little hydrograph peaks, but they also contained a lot of sediment. And this is when we saw a lot of the actual infill taking place, not during these earlier events. So the landscape up here now, if you walked up to this site, the landscape, the sediments you see are actually related to this later phase of kind of secondary deposition. And then after that, the water discharge fell off as the eruption finished, and we had a period of incision. So looking at, we'll try and press play. This is the initial, this is these small floods, one of these small floods. I've kept the volume on because it's just to give you a bit of an atmosphere of the situation. So you've got essentially, that's better, not too much for you. But you can see essentially lots of pulses coming through, but essentially lots of lateral erosion of rain material. You can see lots of stuff being trained directly into the flow. It's quite a high angle fan that's building up a plume of sediment. What we're seeing is we've got localized sort of chute channels with supercritical flow. You might see a few standing waves in a minute, and all this water's coming out of a canyon here and then out of the glacier at the top. So you can see fairly vigorous flow coming through here. And also you'll see some steam, and you'll see some evidence of hot rocks now and then. And some of these floods are with water temperatures about 8 degrees Celsius. So you definitely don't want to go into the waves on some leisure details there just to get out here. This whole thing is just convulsing backwards and forwards through these events. There is actually some webcam footage from the mountain opposite. So again, just to give you an overview of the type of flow involved, and that was just in case the video didn't work. So we'll move on to the next one. So in terms of the actual sort of infill of this basin, the fan that we're looking at, where we saw the flows coming out, the outline of that is in this little white sort of area here. This white line outlines that. The initial like aggradation in blue and erosion in the sort of red colors. And what we can see is that the initial phase, which is this one here, the top left of the little panel, that was during the initial floods. Then we saw this period of smaller floods still aggrading the proximal part of the basin, and then we move over into the period following the termination of the eruption. We actually start to see erosion in an incision into the fan. So these are all based on DMs of difference, and they show change. And the other thing that's going on is that large parts of the glacier margin were actually buried, and the location of that and the melt out then controlled part of the the location of the subsequent erosion. So over here you can see this zone of quite a lot of surface lowering, and that's controlled by the melt out of the glacier snout, which was buried. So looking at some of the deposits in here, just in that proximal fan, there's a person there for scale, just about. You can see most of the sediments are sort of basically conformable with the surface, so pretty much sort of horizontally bedded material, or not horizontal, but actually angled with with the surface pretty much. What we see essentially are occasional outsized clasts, so it's a very high capacity flow, but we've got evidence of lots of reworking around boulders. There's scour structures and so on. So again, we can see the upper fan surfaces are slightly steeper, and then we see a staircase of erosional terraces with not really much armoring, maybe just a little bit. And there's a light dusting of tephra here in some of the imageries that you can see there. So again, just looking at some of the material in there, you've got lots of graded beds associated with individual pulses, and probably it's essentially very rapid deposition, probably some dispersive pressure within the bed load that's being rapidly deposited there. We see locally inverse graded beds and so on. But large boulders, you can see progressive deposition around it. So this is building up incrementally by all these avulsing channels, and rather than as one big mass flow, as it were. So one of the other things we see, if we look at the lower part of the successions, we see lots of dewatering structures. Again, we've got to remember that there's net accumulation of 70 meters of sediment during this event. So so we're probably seeing loading of the more recent fan sediments, and we're seeing dewatering pipes, for example, showing upward motion of fluidized sediment as over time as we get the loading of this new material on top. So that's the sort of signature of these events at Eyjafjallajökull. And again, having had a grant to go out and look at the initial impact of the floods, this sort of wasn't really what we were expecting. We weren't expecting this big tail of smaller events actually doing so much work. So a few years later, again, in the news, essentially we basically saw that Volcan Calbuco was erupting. I'd flown past it with Alejandro, who's in the audience here, and we decided by email, we thought we'll put in for a NERC urgency grant to try and look at some of the lahars, some of the impacts. We'd already seen media coverage of lahars extending out from the various river systems. And what again we were looking at, of course, were initial impacts, but again, we were met with some impacts that, as you'll see, have lasted a bit longer. One of the things we were able to do with Chilean colleagues was to actually get a helicopter-mounted LiDAR survey of the main channels, radiating here. You can just see the routes of the helicopter survey here. But that allowed us to get some DEMs basically post-event, about a year after the event, 1st of April 16. The eruption was 22nd of April onwards. There were 3 main eruption phases. And what we're going to do is focus in on this area here on the northeast flank. And this is the Rio Blanco Este and its catchments right up, which basically it's fed from pretty much the summit of the mountain. And we're going to look at a number of locations going down the system. I'd like to draw attention to Andres Irume, and his team, who have been working on this system as well, looking at some of the woody debris impacts and also geomorphic change. And again, I think there's a presentation here, a poster, so it's well worth having a look at the detail on that as well. But essentially, we're looking, we'll start up at the top and work our way down the system. So what we can see if we look at this, and you'll apologize for the ziggy-zaggy nature of this, but essentially what we've got is a comparison of pre and post event or eruption DEMs. And what we can see, if you can just about make out the scale, the actual horizontal lines are 50 meters apart. So this valley here essentially has got a net aggradation of about 100 meters. So that's up in the headwaters of the system. This is mainly pyroclastic density current material, which has come from the summit. And we can see that in there. Obviously, there's a little bit of, there's probably some error, but that's quite a substantial difference there, which I believe is real. If we look at this area in particular, and this was just just a quick look at some Google Earth imagery. This is it pre-event. This is pre-eruption in 2014. We can see a nice, largely sediment-free valley with some vegetation. If we look at post-eruption, we can see it's pretty much filled with sediment. There's a sort of flat but channelized type of floor. And again, what we can see is a sort of a badlands topography, a nick point essentially, with the rivers starting to incise this infill. And we can see that developing. And I think we should flag that up there. It develops through the years, 18, 20, and 22. So what we're seeing is that initially from 2016, 17, 18, and through to the present day, we're seeing evacuation of that sediment. And again, it's a lot of sediment sitting up on the flanks of the mountain there. So if we go a bit further down the system, so bearing in mind that all that material is up there, the middle reaches show basically up to you're looking at 10, 15, 20 meters of sedimentation, but also erosion. You've got a lovely series of erosional terraces picked out in the post-event DEM. Essentially, the pre-event morphology of the river, it's gone from being fairly narrow and vegetated to widening, and essentially we saw the accumulation of pyroclastic current deposits at this location. And the initial response of the river here was basically erosional. We saw initially, post-eruption, we saw fluvial erosion of those deposits. And as we'll see, the story since then has been slightly different. We've seen a lot more working of material from higher up on the mountain, fed by rainfall events. So initially, you can see here, immediately after the eruption, or this is in July, a few months after the eruption, we can still see hot deposits, the pyroclastic density current deposits steaming away, and we see a staircase of erosional terraces going all the way through to 16. But what happens afterwards in 18 and since then is we've seen a series of this whole reach basically filling up with sediment and then flushing out the sediment and filling up. So we've seen a whole series of sediment waves coming through this location. In terms of the initial sort of signature of some of the sediments, we have the erosional terraces were initially developed into, they were on top of pyroclastic density current deposits. So we had basically a couple of, maybe half a meter of sediment, fluvial, high energy fluvial sediment on top of pyroclastic flow deposits. And, again, some people would classify these as sort of lahar deposits. I think, probably we're looking at turbulent, flows. There's no cohesive element in these deposits. So similar to the one we saw at Gigjökull in Iceland. And having sort of left a trail camera there, we've got a few years of trail camera coverage, and thanks to Andres Irumi and his team, we've managed to also get, we've got a fairly good set of time-lapse photos. So there are a number of rainfall-generated floods, like this one in July 2019, which definitely exceeded the thresholds for eroding all that sediment that was further up the mountain. And, this event comes through during pretty much one day. I think that's just the next day because the trail camera is programmed to switch off during the hours of darkness. But again, what you can see is essentially complete reworking of this reach, and 150 meters for scale there. So that reach we were looking at earlier, completely, so essentially aggrading during these events, and then incising afterwards. Well, it's still fairly full there, slightly incised. So multiple events coming through here. In terms of the types of deposits, well, I was interested, thanks James, in the in some of the the talks earlier about looking at armoring and the texture of the deposits. Here we have a 2 meters for scale, but we've got some very distinctive open framework but imbricated units at the bottom here. And I don't know where, I don't think that necessarily is an armored layer. So this could be something going on at the bed of a flow, a kind of inertial type of bed load movement. And on top of it, we have one more, polymodal matrix-rich unit on the top there. There's signs of pseudo-imbrication, some stratification in there. And then, of course, we do have armored surfaces, and you can see that developed in here. And in fact, here you can see actually this I would interpret as a sort of a channel fill, a scour and fill type structure. So again, you've got the armoring at the top there, maybe some inverse grading, and you've got an actual channel on the surface on either side, erosional. So we see lots of repetition of this during these events, so repeated events coming through, resulting in this sort of impact. And again, just to give you an idea of some of the textures here, again, there is some organization in there. It may look a bit chaotic and catastrophic, but essentially there is some organization in this material. So that's something that's quite interesting. And if we go down through the system, so we go through a kind of from that location, we go down through a relatively narrow reach, what we can see from the pre and post event elevation models, the purpley one being the post-event one, is we can see again consistent riverbed aggradation, but also widening and erosion. We can see it really the post-event DEM is pushing the margins there, and again we can see widening through landsliding. A little cave that we could see from this little viewpoint, the Mirador. The cave is pretty much, the river had aggraded pretty much up to the cave location. So again, lots of aggradation through the system. And then as we go down through the system, we get to the reach which we call the powerhouse reach, which is this building here, was a 2-story building that the landowner here had just commissioned a new hydroelectric scheme, which wasn't faring too well, as we could see. And this is how we saw it in July 2015. So again, the river, it's moderate rainfall, but essentially this is almost fresh pyroclastic density current worked. Widening of the channel banks, rapid avulsion, burial of the forest, etc. So all that going on. You can see the powerhouse here getting essentially buried over time, and I think by about 2016 or something, so you could only just see one little bit of it left. And of course, since then it's aggraded right up to the top. But as I say, Andres Irumi has got more detailed survey information of these reaches, has been looking at it. But that building there is at the top is the river is aggrading almost up to that building over time. And again, the signature here is of the sediments is again it's slightly less, it's better. Stuff's better, more fluvially arranged. We see finer grain material, sort of bedded sands, for example. But we see stuff that looks fairly, evidence of rapid deposition. But we do see stratification, say upper stage plain beds. There's clustering and imbrication, more fluidal processes than further upstream. So really, in conclusion, these two case studies really highlight the importance of a number of things, I guess. I mean, obviously, things like the eruption style and the presence of the glacier are pretty important, obviously, with Calbuco, not having a thick ice mass. Obviously, the eruption style generated and favored pyroclastic density currents, and that material deposited high on the volcano has basically allowed the systems that are accessing that sediment to remain active for a number of years. Essentially at Eyjafjallajökull we saw basically a secondary phase of the eruption allowing a continuous delivery of sediment, and essentially all of these events are really essentially overprinting the landforms that we have that you would associate normally with outburst floods or Jokelhaups. So I think the key thing is that, you know, the sort of the rainfall events, intense rainfall at Calbuco is going to continue to access the sediment and mobilize it, bring it down into the system, and we'll see continuous pulses of material coming through the system. Interestingly, old historic photos of the site of Calbuco, this is 1917, I think it says there. I took this picture in the Saint-Germain office in basically, you know, and essentially what it shows is, looks like pyroclastic density current material, but again, a massive amount of material for reworking. And if you look at the older sediments that are currently being eroded, they're not lahar, they're all fluvial, they're all secondary reworked events. So the signature, certainly at Calbuco, and in many of the other Icelandic examples where you've got a volcano involved, is not perhaps one of just the primary Jokelhaup, but this longer phase of activity. So much as I would have liked to have got all my research done in a couple of weeks, or you know, just get all the initial impact done, I've had to wait for a bit longer for the whole story to emerge. So I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Andy, and thanks for being well on time. Very nice there. Our second speaker is Thomas Loriot, who is at the Universidad de Santiago, although he says he's never actually really been to the Universidad de Santiago and really worked somewhere else, but I expect he will tell you about it. He's going to tell us about geomorphic signatures of glacial lake outburst floods in Patagonia.
Andy, the pointer, the laser.
It's just on the.
Oh, sorry. So that's. Okay, you can hear me, right? So, first, thanks to the organization for inviting Pablo, actually, and thanks to Pablo to not be able to make it to the conference and give me the chance to be here today. So that's actually I'm going to show some work from the Pablo's team. So that's Pablo from the University of the Australian University in Valdivia, and with his lab, he has been working in the last few years on the glacier lakes outburst flood in Patagonia, and also trying to characterize the geomorphic impacts of these events in the region. So let's start with a bit of context. So this is Patagonia, and like you know, in the main glaciarized regions, all the glaciers are actually retreating. This is a picture from the start of last century, and a picture of like 10 years ago, 12, 13 years ago. And you can see the actual retreat of the glacier. That's about 3 to 4 kilometers here. And one of the first consequences of the glacial retreat is the apparition of all these glacial lakes in the landscapes that are generally dammed by morainic material, or they also can be dammed by glaciers, actually. So we have these retreats going on, and in the last 2 decades, maybe in the last years, there was like a couple of studies about these all these glacial lakes appearing in the glaciarized region here in the northern Patagonia icefield. So as you can see in these two plots, the number of lakes and the area of the lakes have been increasing since the middle of the last century. So that's actually associated with the retreat of all of these glaciers. By retreating, all the glaciers are letting like some over deepened valley in front of them that are filled by meltwater. So we have all these lakes appearing in the landscape. So this is a global phenomenon. So here you have a paper which was released like 2 years ago, something like that, yeah. And these are the main glaciarized region in the world. So you can see here southern Chile with Patagonia, Alaska, this is Greenland and North America, and Himalaya. And where you have red square, that's where the amount of lakes, the volume of lakes have been increasing over the last years. So this is a global phenomenon, and this has been studied in all of these regions so far. So when we are talking about glacial outburst floods, in general, we use the GLOF, this GLOF term. There's also a term in Icelandic, but I'm not sure I can do it. I can pronounce it. So this is a cartoon by colleagues from not sure. So this is a video, but it's not working apparently. It's not really. Oh no. Yeah, it's working. Yeah. So you have this typical lake in front of the glacier. When the glacier is retreating, the lake is expanding, and you can have a disturbance at the lake surface, like curving. So the fall of a piece of ice or a landslide, a rockfall occurring just on the lake. So as in general, the dam is really unstable. It's made of morenic and very loose material. So when you have like a big wave or a big amount of water in the lake, the dam used to breach, and you have a flood in the valley downstream. So today I'm gonna focus on a very dynamic region in the northern part of the northern Patagonian icefield. This is Exploradores Valley, and this is for two reasons really interesting, because we have been observing several GLOFs over the last few years. So this is from 2015 to 2022, actually, a couple of months ago. And this is also interesting. This valley is also interesting because this is a really touristic part of the ice field. So there's actually there's a road here, and to the east you have like a small town, and here you have the Exploradores Glacier, where like in the summer season you have hundreds of tourists walking on. Maybe some of you are going down after the meeting. So today we're going to focus on the last two GLOFs. So there's one here which is called Laguna Espontánea, and the last one which occurred like 2 or 3 months ago. So first of all, a bit of that's why it's really interesting to study this region, because this is a really dynamic region, not just in terms of GLOFs and geomorphological events, geomorphic impacts, but a lot of tourists are going there. All the main inflow, the main economic inflow there is coming from tourism activity. So this is like there's a kind of a preoccupation there about all these GLOFs going on. So this is the first one. So these are two Google Earth captures. So on the left hand side you have the configuration of the valley before the GLOF, and on the right hand side after the GLOF. So you can see here this really small lake. It's about 16,000 meters square. And here you have the river, the Negro River, which is flowing to the north here. And the road here, as you can see, which is the road that is used to bring the tourists to the glacier. And so on the right hand side, you can see the flow deposit. The float deposit. It's actually covering the road, cutting the road, and creating like a new lake at the bottom of the valley. That's why they call this lake espontáneo, which means a spontaneous lake, because it was formed in a couple of days, something like that. And this is the same side of a point of view, so also Google Earth. So you can see here the lake. It's about 300 meters above the bottom of the valley, above the road. And it's really small lake, and it's located like most of the lake there in a really narrow valley with really steep slopes, hillsides, a lot of snow, a lot of glaciers on the peaks. So that's the typical configuration in this region. And here you can see again the configuration after the Glove event with the main deposit here and another channel there. And and you can see better maybe the lake here, which is actually big. It's actually much bigger than the small lake that originated the Glove. So the direct impacts in the valley were actually huge, because the roads, which is the main economic inflow in the region, was closed for 4 months during the peak season. So here you can see the inhabitants, they had to cross this new lake by boat. There were a lot of work done to drain the lake, so for them to be able to reconstruct the road there. So here you can see on the right hand side the road after the reconstruction, which is actually going over the deposit, right, over the dam, over the new dam. And on the when you compare the two captures from Google Earth, you can see the change in the channel too. You can see that the channel previous to the Glove was quite narrow, and it was there's like a huge widening of the main channel, and then there's like a new channel which was opened by the flood in 2018. So this is a map of the elevation change on the flow deposit. So here we have the position of the lake, which originated the Glove. Here you have the dam, and the road is somewhere here. So the bluish colors show positive value of elevation change, and the red colors show negative values. So what we see here is that the lake was actually completely filled by a rockfall that was originated like kilometers upstream, and so you have like positive value. Oh, I missed something here. Yeah, you have positive value here because the lake was actually backfilled, and the lake was completely drained. And then downstream you have more reddish colors. That's where the main erosion occurred. So if we go back here, you can see that the slopes were highly forested too, a lot of vegetation there, and all of these were, all of the trees, all the vegetation were uprooted, right? And the valley was actually, the channels, the active channels were like actually widened here. And this is the new channel on the top of the figure here. And the original one was going down there, and there was like a kind of bend here. And the inflow of water that occurs during the Gulf made that there was like a big erosion phenomenon here, and the flood actually overran the slope here and create a new channel here. So some pictures from the place. So you have the rock face that actually was the source of the avalanche, of the rock avalanche. Here you have the drone picture of the main channel, so you can see the road at the bottom there, and here you can see the deposit at the bottom of the valley with the new lake on the right side. This is picture I took like last year, at the end of last year. So this picture on the right I actually taken from the dam here, from the new dam. And you can see all the forest which is now covered by the lake. And here's the same thing with the trees here. So here's some drone footage at the bottom with Google pictures at the top. So you can see the comparison of three of the main part of the Gulf. So we have the lake, which was totally filled by the rock deposits. Then you have the active channel, which was hugely eroded, deepened and widened. And here you have the road here. The river was coming down here, and now this is the actual configuration with the big deposit with boulders of several meters of diameters. And here you have the new lake. Here we have like a grain size analysis. So that was actually done by mapping each boulder on a drone orthomosaic photo. So as you can see, that was a huge amount of work, because we have almost like 28,000 boulders that have been mapped manually, and also some tree trunks on woodlots. And what we can see is that where the lakes was located, there's a lot of giant boulders, like more than 20 meters of diameters, very angular boulders, and they covered. That's where the lakes was actually covered and drained. And then you can see that where the new channel was opened, there's also a lot of really big, very large boulders, 20 meters of diameters too. And these boulders actually have been like have actually been moved by the flood, because we actually saw some recently, some freshly outrooted trees just below these boulders. And here you can see the black lines. Here are all the woodlots and the tree trunks that have been mapped. That's where the forest used to be before the event. So that was for the 2018 event. And let's see if it works. No. So, sorry, can you play the video again? So this is another event that happened like 2 or 3 months ago in the same valley, but further east. So you can see here this is the main road, which is actually used by tourist agency and inhabitants to connect the small town, the Puerto Tranquilo, and the glacier area. And you can see that the road was cutted for a week or 10 days, something like that, because there were big amounts of water in a previously smaller channel, apparently. So what happened there is, so this is the place where the video was filmed, and you can see that there's a massive lake here. This is a much bigger lake than the previous one. It's also located like 300 meters above the road, above the river here. And it's about like 2 kilometers. There's about 2 kilometers, 1 kilometer of distance between the outflow of the lake and the road. And so this is the lake. This is a picture took from people from DGA from Coyhaique. And you can see the same configuration with really steep rock faces and hillsides. A lot of ice and snowpacks on the top of the peaks, and this is a picture watching downstream, so you can see there's the road and the river. So there's a really small dam in front of the lake, and here. So what happened here is here you have this yellowish trace in the face. So there was a big landslide there, with like 500 meters from the top of the lake to the top of the landslide. So the landslide actually reached the lake and triggered a sesh wave at the surface of the lake. So it didn't empty the lake like in the previous case. It just created a small wave, like 4 meters high, but it was sufficient for the wave to actually go over the small dam, which is located just here at the front of the lake. And so this is some flood marks we saw on the field like 2-3 months ago. So there were several uprooted trees on the way up, and another thing we saw because we did, so this is a Google Earth imagery, and this is a drone reconstitution. So we flew from the lake to the bottom of the valley to the road to actually cover the whole channel, and as previously we see. Some deviation in the channels. So at the bottom here, you can see that the main flow was going like further west, and now it's going further east. So it's where at the top of the polygon, at the top of the circle of the ellipsoid, there is that's where the video was took. So that's where the road was cut, because there was a new and big amount of water on this channel. And same thing here, you have some deviation of the channel just after the outflow. So this is some zoom in. So this is before and this is after. You can see that was the main channel before the glove, and you can see the lowering of the water level after the event, and the opening of a new active channel here to the east. So after, before and after. And so to put that into a bigger context, so these are some of the main gloves that have been mapped by Pablo and his team. And so the first glove I was mentioned, I'm not sure you can spot it, but the spontaneous lake glove, this is this one. This is number 32. So this is a relatively small event in comparison with other events that occurred in Patagonia. But there's a lot of places in Patagonia that are actually really empty, or nobody living around. This is a really poorly density. This is a place with a small density of population. So most of these gloves have not the impact of over this small one, the spontaneous lake bed. But there's also an interesting thing here is, if you pay attention, that most of them actually, most of the gloughs actually occurring west to east, right? So you have the lake, and then the flow deposits going to the east, and that's mainly eventually because surely because there's a differentiation in deglaciation in the ice fields between the western and the eastern margin. There's more deglaciation in the eastern side, so maybe triggering more events like that, more gloughs in the region. So some remarks to conclude. Gloughs may become more and more frequent with climate change. So there's more glacial retreats, weakening and defrosting of hillsides and rock faces. Gloughs have really important erosive impacts in the downstream system, about widening and deepening channels or opening new ones. They also have a big impact on the social economic activities in the region, and we saw that there's a need to include some new parameters in the hazard assessment, because gloughs can actually dam new lake, and these new lakes can be subject to over dam failure and overflood in the future. So that's a thing we need to study in this context. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas, and again for being nicely on time. Before I really open up the discussion, I would just like to encourage PhD students who are here, and perhaps people who feel their English is not very good, please do not feel intimidated. Please feel you can ask a question if you've got one to ask. We can always help you if you're a little bit concerned about how to do it. But please don't leave it to all the famous people or whatever to ask the questions. With that, here's Andy over here. He's the most famous person, Dieter. Dieter, go ahead. Sorry, go on, you need.
Dieter Rickman, WSL Switzerland. I have a question to Thomas and your presentation about the two Glough cases. I wonder, did you make any calculations based on the lake volume that was emptied and the eroded solid material, about some mean concentration, and whether the bulk of the material was transported in the form of a debris flow or maybe a transitional flow? Can you say something about that?
You may ask Pablo about that, because I'm not sure about. But the only calculation I remember, but they did some calculation of discharge, and so flow velocities based on the boulders they actually mapped, and that was quite kind of huge, because you can imagine the flood actually moved some boulders of more than 21 meters of diameters. But about the bulk loading, I don't know. I can't respond to that. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
The next one was Alejandro Ducent.
Thanks, James. Thanks, Thomas, Andy too, for presenting aspects from the Chilean side, and particularly the Exploradores Valley is one we visited a couple of times with Andy, also with Javier Fernandez, who's one of the authors of the report you were mentioning about the 27th October 2018 event. I would be careful, though, to label it as a Glough, because the flow was already quite big before the small lake. It was a 200,000 cubic meter rock face that came down, as you said, kilometers upstream. So really the lake was just carried on with the loose material before it, the loose material after it, the forest. Just to be careful with that one. I would probably contend if that would come in a submission whether you have identified that correctly.
Yeah, that's true. That's a small lake, so I agree that with or without the lake, the result would have been the same. I mean, the flow was coming from the top of the mountain and just going through the lake, basically. So yeah, that's a good point.
Hi, hi. My name is Jan Bert Arnik from the University of Lausanne in Switzerland. I'm a PhD student, so. So I was wondering about the gloves also. What are the best mitigation strategies, and are there a lot of efforts in terms of mitigation, trying to maybe drain them by drilling holes, or maybe on a smaller scale just have warning systems, or like how does that work to protect the villages downstream?
I think there's some mitigation engineering things going on in Peru. Not sure, like digging channels to try to lower the levels. There's nothing like that in Chile. I don't think so. But there's a lot of effort about like doing prevention, like alarm systems, putting sensors, like to try to prevent the population. And there are a lot of projects going on now about trying to or install sensors near the lakes, or doing some remote sensor detection. In the case of Pablo's staff, they are doing a lot of effort about just first mapping all these lakes, trying to find out if they are actually dangerous or not, based on the topography and on the geomorphology of the dam, if there's some snow or ice around the lake. So there's some work done about that, and it's going on now. But like direct mitigation in Chile, like doing some engineering stuff, I don't think so, no.
Thank you.
Kyle.
Sorry to make you run. Hi, I'm Kyle Wlodarczyk from BGC Engineering, Vancouver, Canada. And my question is to both of you. So these types of floods are all a bit untraditional in terms of calculating, let's say, a flood frequency analysis. And so I'm just wondering, have you calculated the frequency of all the events that we've seen? And if so, how did you do so for the application of future mitigations?
Is on right. Okay. Well, yeah, an interesting question. I mean, I think in the I was presenting two studies. One where the initial Yokutlaups or outburst floods were generated by the volcanic eruption. The subsequent events were also driven by the volcanic eruption. So I guess the frequency there is due to the controls on the sort of volcanic system. Now, some people have hypothesized that glacier recession will influence the unloading of the crust in places like Iceland, where it's very springy, and might actually increase the frequency of eruptions. That's certainly been proposed in several publications. So there could be a control there. Other than that, I guess it is down to the volcanologist to tell us and also studies of the historic eruption cycles through tephrochronology and studying the actual volcano itself are probably important. For the Calbuco example, although the eruption, again, the eruption frequency there is, it's relatively frequent. There's been eruptions, several eruptions per century, so it's a frequently erupting volcano. The actual frequency of the events to mobilize it are probably related to the the rainfall, regime of the region. So actually initially although we saw some activity in terms of erosion, following the 2015 eruption through 16, 17, at that stage, by 2018, we thought that's it, or, it's all calming down. But we did know that there was this net accumulation of material high up on the volcano. So, and of course, when a few years later, of course, then, it just started to, access that because there'd been these intense rainfall events. So I think the frequency is to do with the atmospheric control, and that could be, again, driven by climate change, and again, atmospheric rivers, intense rainfall events. So there's definitely a climate change element in that as well. And the other, coming back to the more general theme, it's also looking at, the materials that are in the path of these events and antecedent conditions. So things like water-saturated sediment, like the lake that Thomas was talking about, could be really important in terms of influencing the dynamics of the events. So it's slightly different from the frequency, but I'll pass back.
Yeah, maybe I can add some words about that. So I've been showing lakes or glacial lakes that are actually dammed by morainic material, but some of the lakes they are actually dammed by glaciers, and we have seen actually in the last few years that we have seen this increase in the occurrence of glacial lakes in Patagonia, but apparently now it's getting to a plateau. There's no more there's no more volume of lakes created, but apparently that's because most of the lakes now are actually dammed by glaciers, and they are much more unstable than the one dammed by moraine. So actually there is less time between the time they appear and the time they are drained. So maybe there's some stuff to do there, like to try to analyze the frequency of these events, but maybe much more with the ice dam lakes. But because when the glacier, when in spring or winter or summer, the glacier used to be more fractured, and there's more channels inside the glacier that let the water going downstream. So maybe there's something to do there. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Just to follow on from that, there was a classic paper in 1939 by Sigurður Þórarinsson, the Icelandic earth scientist, who came up with a relationship between ice dam lake drainage and climate change. So he, as Thomas was saying, it's climate change, lake frequency and drainage, all in there. And I think Evans and Clegg, and then again the idea of a Jökulhlaup cycle. So it's not a bicycle, but a cycle of activity based on the waxing and waning of glaciers.
I had a point to follow up perhaps on that, and I'm just wondering, with these two different sorts of events, to what extent can we find commonalities between them in seeking to come up with sort of common laws or common descriptions of what the impact is and how it unfolds? And I wonder whether either of you or both of you had any comments on that. I was particularly struck, Andy, in your one about the sequence of events that went through. There were obviously some thresholds followed by storages filling up, and then more thresholds, that type of thing. And I wonder whether there's any commonality that we can find there.
Okay, so yeah, I think one of the things about obviously we're in a regime of glacier recession generally, and that includes glaciated volcanoes. We saw at Gigjökull a lovely moraine, a moraine system. There'd been a breach in it previously. Maybe a glough had come out there previously, but what we saw is that the fact there was a volcanic eruption recoupled the fluvial system, and then allowed sediment to sort of bypass that location. So basically, any any storage capacity in that lake has gone, and obviously now it's filled with sediment. So so these big events can change the actual system in terms of stores and and sort of connections between different parts of it. In terms of what they have in common, I guess it's water, sediment, and ice, and in Chile, of course, vegetation as well. So woody debris, and I showed one picture of fluvial reworking of catastrophic mass flow deposits at Villa Santa Lucia. There was glacier ice involved. Was it a GLOF? This is always the question. Probably not, because I think that you have some fantastic andesols. They're lovely, several meters of really thick volcanic soil, all the tephra layers in, lots and lots of antecedent rainfall. The storage of water in that material, when you add a rock mass failure, then how it behaves depends a lot on those antecedent conditions. So I think the ways forward are in terms of looking at models that are not, well, obviously you can generate a model that fits your particular event, but it's trying to find models that have a predictive capability. And I think with whether it's fluvial models are fine, but I think when it comes to rock mass failure and lahar or debris flow models, that's still where it needs to be done, and that needs to be coupled with things like hazard mapping and risk assessment. So that would be my general thoughts on
Thank you.
the general theme.
Do you want to say anything, Thomas?
Yeah, maybe like Alejandro said, maybe there's not like a big wall between GLOFs and other flood events. I think there's more like a gradient between both of them. And I know they've been using same models to try to reconstruct the path of the flood in both cases. So. And to say maybe a bit more about the Santa Lucia alluvion, there were also glacier ice mobilized there. So there's a big question: there was a glacier lake there or no? Nobody knows. But there was water there, water in the sediments, water in the ice. So yeah, there's some stuff to do, like collaborative work.
Thank you. Joanna, you had a question. Do you want to?
Since we still have time, I thought you had to do one on that side first. This is just sort of general, and I apologize for not knowing the geography around here very well, but I've seen some hypotheses that when you have something like a large lahar, that having a lake downstream can help stop that lahar and mitigate its further downstream impacts. And this is kind of based on some observations people made at Mount St. Helens, and it looked similar to like in Iceland, that there was a lake. So I'm just wondering if that's something you've seen generally or just kind of silly that somebody came up with.
No, that's a good question. I mean, I think the whole idea of lahar, lahar sort of mitigation. I mean, a lot of people, it's a bit like avalanche mitigation. You have to put in structures that you think might work, but I guess it depends on the magnitude of the event that you're looking at. So some of the biggest Jökulhlaups, which you could call lahars in Iceland, related to, say, the Katla volcano, have reckoned to have 4 cubic kilometers of sediment in them. So a bit like, I think in Alaska, Mount Redoubt has had a series of ice-rich lahars that have really, valley filling things. So I guess it's a matter of how big's the event versus the store. What we saw at Calbuco, which we didn't present here, and some of the channels, lahar channels on the south, with Alejandro, and was essentially where we saw forest actually really catching some of the big boulders, and we saw the fine sediment sort of then deposited in the woodland, but the bigger boulders sort of sieved out, and that seemed to me to be a really neat way of doing it. But the main path, of course, the trees were just bulldozed, and in the event of the, like an alluvion, a catastrophic, hills rock mass failure, which translates into a mass flow. I mean, these things were the one at Villa Santa Lucia rode up over 100-meter hill, a bit like some of the ones in Huascarán in Peru, for example. So that there's not a lot you can do. So, but I think yes. I mean, you could, if you know this, what's possible from your catchment, what's physically possible, you could then look at ways of either deflecting the flow, or so rather than building channels which will just fill up with sediment, you could build deflection structures. And I think avalanche protection probably has some guidelines. There's some sort of principles there for structures that will just sluice the flow somewhere else. So
Christian, do we have time for one more? Yes, Alejandro, do.
Thanks. I try not to be tedious, but it's a comment and a question, or actually an experience. As a hydrologist, it's been great to interact with glaciologists like Thomas, and it's great to have here a glaciologist and a flat geomorphologist. And I think we need to interact more, in the sense that, in my experience, things like glacier system, topography, bathymetry, and drainage are so important to understand triggers, to maybe prepare good monitoring systems and hazard and vulnerability maps, so as to prevent further damage downstream. So I wanted to ask you both, what is your viewpoint and experience on this issue?
Actually, in Valdivia, we are working together with hydrologists, with Bruno Mazzorana, which is not here today, but and also with Luca. I know Pablo has been working a lot with Luca. So this is a thing. I mean, and trying to investigate all these sediment deposits, all these floods. But as glaciologists, we don't have any clue about that. To be honest, I mean, we try to, but we need to collaborate with hydrologists. That's sure, and that's something we are doing now. That's a start, but that's coming to.
Yeah, I think it's there's different disciplines that come in and feed in, and I think the key is to have teams that have got all the different expertise that you need to if it's an applied issue, you obviously need to think, well, who are the stakeholders and what do they want out of it? And of course, it's often when you've got if you're in a red zone being mapped and it's high risk, then how do you? The only things you can do essentially are either to effectively help the population identify the risk and be able to make decisions themselves, or you can put in warning systems. But when do you know when a rock mass failure will occur? Well, in Iceland, they are monitoring a crack above a glacier where there was previously a big rockfall onto the glacier. If the same thing happened again, now there used to be 500 tourists, maybe 1,000 tourists a day on that glacier, and now they've just banned. They've stopped all the tours. So there's actual there are measures being taken to actually reduce the risk. Planning again is another one, but again it's understanding the processes. If you don't understand the process, you won't know what kind of warning system and then where to put it. So that's I think it was in Glofs in the Himalayas, they had a set of warning fires that were lit. I think it was Ken Hewitt at the Gloff workshop in 2010 that was telling us about that it was just they had a series of warning beacons that they lit, warning that there would be a flood wave passing through, and that was effective, except you needed somebody sitting on the hill the whole time with matches to try and and being alert. So that's the thing. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Do we have time? No. No. It's okay.
Mine's a hydrodynamics question, and I don't know who it's for. So you presented, at least in these Gloff cases, you presented one that was sort of breached by a avalanche that sort of bulldozed the Gloff or bulldozed the glacial lake, and another one where there was a SAICH-induced breaching, presumably causing the dam failure. Are they are these gloughs usually preceded by an avalanche that's causing some sort of seiche? Is there a standard thing that causes that event? Do we know? And is it different for morainal gloughs and glacial gloughs?
There's a lot of triggering mechanisms, and actually the project we're working on is called Cascade, because of cascading events like triggering gloughs. And in the case of the waves, it didn't actually breach the dam; it just went over the dam, and there was no like extreme conditions, like there were no seismic activities, there were no like atmospheric rivers going on, and the thing is, all these rock faces are highly fractured, and due to meltwater going in and ice meltwater going in the fractures, there's all these rock faces are getting unstable, and so there's maybe a need to investigate that all these fracture sets in these phases, but there's no like a common factor for all these events, and it also depends of the nature of the dam. It can depend of where it's located. If there's a massive glacier, hanging glacier on the top of the lake, but with climate change, there's more and more triggering mechanisms. Like all these slopes are defrosting, so getting more and more unstable, and there's maybe in the future will be more and more landslides going on. So that's something we'll try to investigate in the near future. All these cascading events triggering the gloughs. Yeah.
Thank you. That calls to mind the incident. Was it the 1960s? The Vaillant Dam. Have you heard of the Vaillant Dam, where the there was a hill slope, came loose basically, fell into the reservoir, filled the reservoir up with soil and mud, and the water went over the top of the dam. The dam was still there, but the village down below was destroyed. So it's similar. Well, thank you very much to our speakers. Those who are making discussions, thank you very much also for your discussions, and I do encourage you to write those up and submit them. Maybe we need to discuss how they can be submitted, but do write down your ideas and your discussions, and there'll be a way to get them added on and put into the special issue so we've got all the discussion there as well as the papers. And I guess Luca's probably got something to tell us now.
Yeah, as you said, thank you very much to you all, to the speakers. We've seen some great river science from the sediment transfer processes at different spatial and temporal scales, advances in numerical modeling, physical modeling, rivers, gravel bed rivers in the and global environmental changes. Extreme events that are quite rooted with what's going on here in Chile, so we wanted a session that was also closer to processes that are common here in gravel bed rivers. This is not the end of the day. There is another session, a poster session. So I will invite you to stay, the authors of the posters to stop in front of their posters, and then you can go around and discuss rivers a little longer. Just wanted to finish with this short video that was taken yesterday at the Estero Morales. So you couldn't see the Estero Morales because this was the Estero Morales yesterday. So if you play the video, so this is the place we wanted to go, and this is the bridge we want to cross. So the police officer that stopped us was quite wise yesterday. We really insisted with Alejandro. No, we want to go. But yeah, so we need to thank Carabineros de Chile for saving our life. That was relevant for people who yesterday went up to the Cajón del Maipo. Okay. Okay.
Capture it in there.
Okay. So good job.
So it was just in time that we reset the station because we captured it. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Okay. It was all timed. Okay, so thank you all again. Please stay. We'll meet in the other room in front of the posters. And tomorrow we will start at 9. So please be around at 9 because we will start at 9. Thank you.